Uh, would anyone, it's been a while since we've been together. Would anyone like to give a recap of the last party session? Not last session, but the previous.
I can totally do that.
Okay.
So, 6 weeks ago, we actually, I think it was, we started off kind of in the evening, and Nina and Nathan had their moment of finding out about Nathan and his approximately 7 months left and everything like that. Chara and Parsoness had some time. They were talking about Nicolatia and everything like that. And then Tempo went around the manor and started making marks on all the statues for Granthor. Rowan and Pell talked, with Rowan giving her the duck crown. And Pell tried to convince Rowan to help her get Talon off of Nathan. I think unsuccessfully. Rowan was not gonna be a part of that, but maybe I'm wrong there. But we did eventually head to Red Larch to get Antino to courier the pamphlets to other cities. We learned a little. We went to the Helm of Hyson, where Char got a little bit more information about the mad kid in the field who kept mentioning the weakening, and we weren't sure what that meant. And so we kind of stuck with our plan, and we went to Riverguard Keep, where Chara actually did a seance on the ship to learn legend lore, and we got a lot more information about the principal servant, prime servant. I forget what exactly we're calling him, but Laharan being just kind of like a slave to Sagoth Ragat, and has to essentially find all the gems and help him. Big old lore dump on that. And then Riverguard Keep we found eerily empty. There were a couple of people there, moored ships on the dock. Tempo did a little bit of sneaking to listen to them and basically hear some dissatisfaction with the cult. So there was talk of moving on, that those who were left on the surface were left to fend for themselves. If you weren't already blessed by Old Hydra, perhaps they didn't actually want anything to do with you, that sort of thing. And she took the moment to, I believe, leave some of those pamphlets about Yala littered around to maybe encourage these cultists to seek a new path, essentially. We did continue into the temple, and we found 3 individuals who Chara actually did some talking to, convinced that they knew each other, and again, kind of led them towards Yalo. So basically everyone we found, we convinced to leave the keep and go seek Yala in Red Larch, is where we sent them. But we did stumble into a combat with some lizard folk that we surprised in a room. Had that, and then we came across the altar room where we mistakenly thought that the dude with the barnacles was Gar. He wasn't, so we kind of dropped some big bombs on them essentially, and ran through that combat. But as we were kind of finished and we realized that Gar had collapsed the tunnel further in here, we got a message from Shush via the letter, as well as from Hestava and the earpiece, about all these crazy things that are going on around the world, which was the weakening. So religious people in temples are dying or locking themselves, lots of screaming, that sort of thing. It's basically chaos, including when we tried to reach out to Lanura, I believe, who was just like, stressed and trying to figure things out. And that's where we left it, was the weakening, and us being like, well, we're here. This is what we came for. Do we go back to Red Larch? And I think the vote was, we're here. Let's keep going. But in light of the side quest, I'll hand it over to DM to explain things that might change that.
Okay. Well done. So, yes, the side quest. Actually, I don't need to explain anything on it. Coming back, the party, you guys were in the Temple of the Crushing Wave. Let Let me get that pulled back up here. Oh my goodness, that's so loud. So loud. Okay. Refresh. And let me drop all of you on to the map. Oh, come on. There we go. Sorry. Can you all hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay. So coming back, you guys are in the underground cavern, Temple of the Crushing Wave, standing before this rubble of fallen ruins. And you have a dead body before you. Rowan, you are standing off to the side. Oh, I forgot Parsonus was here. Oh, crap. Rowan, you were standing off to the side, watching your party discuss ways to get through this rubble when you felt yourself be pulled backwards into some kind of a vision. It was disorienting, and as you come back to yourself, seemingly having only seconds passed, your face is covered with sweat and you're breathing heavily as you see your party kind of slow their conversation and turn to look at the one party member that seemingly looks suddenly disturbed and not quite like she did a few seconds ago. Rowan, having experienced this vision, you still feel some of the pain and emotion of those that you watched. At times you could feel the violence. You could feel the cold air, the oily substance that seemed to just float throughout that city. And you could feel the hands inside of Tobias's gut. And the last thing you recall was the courtyard and people you know. Pell looking at Corbett, who eyes distant and milky white as he just continued to whisper, "It's coming, it's coming, it's coming." And those words continue to ring in your head as you turn and look at your party.
You probably hear the shield clatter to the floor. her just breathing very heavily. Not again. Not again.
What? What's with you?
Give me a second, and I'm gonna just like walk over and kind of lean on the table. I just had another vision. I, I think it's what's coming. If we fail this. Oh, my chest hurts. I saw a giant ooze monster thing, fog and dead bodies and people acting strange. And
Yes, Nathan will walk over and pick up your shield. Take a deep breath. How about to start at the beginning? Take your time.
There was people I didn't recognize exactly, but it was like another party like us, just working together. They were in some caravan thing and ended up heading towards, like, it was Yartar, I think. Yartar. And there was this fog, not a normal fog, just. And everything was just like left the same as it was, like just food on tables, windows open, doors open, but the people were gone.
Parsoness, next to Chara, leaned back against this altar thing, listening, just kind of raises a hand. I'm sorry. Is this a dream you had? Is that what we're talking about?
I just had a vision. It happens sometimes. I don't control it. It just happens.
A vision from the gods?
Your guess is as good as mine. I've seen many different things. I just.
Did it feel like your one about Waterdeep, where it felt like it happened or it's going to happen?
I think it's something that could happen. Or it could be happening now. It was.
You think it was part of the weakening?
Well, if causing death is a type of weakening, then yes. What did Hestava and Shush say was happening?
I pull out the notebook to look at what Shush wrote me. Just said something odd. Religious people in temples that were dying off or locking themselves in. Lots of screaming. Didn't mention anything about a fog, though.
This may have been later than that.
Or maybe, like you said, maybe it could happen.
Does anybody remember what the weather was like when we came in here?
Do we remember? I mean, like, just topside, it was cold and wintry and kind of dreary, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Clear skies, not clear skies, DM.
I want to say it. I don't think we defined it. So I'm going to say it was cold. It was probably a mix. So not clear skies, but
Not stormy either.
yeah.
Yeah. Just winter clouds, winter gray.
yeah.
Anybody seen the moon lately? What day we're at?
Fuck if I know.
Fair enough. Were you able to get a look at the sky in your vision, Rowan?
It was pure darkness. Like
No, that sucks.
an absence of light.
Oh, that was my only ID.
It's a good thought.
But I did see things I didn't. Do you remember what were their names? Yafer and
Ether?
the
The
Nothic.
Nothic things, the weird ones.
I saw them. They were the ones being held by this group in a cage, like. And it
But
kept saying that it was nightmares, and the chained one is here.
Well, we have to know that that's not true because we still have time.
So this has to be a potential future. It was not good. It was killing everyone. I feel residual pain from.
If they have the Nothics, wouldn't we have seen some sort of scuffle? I mean, the cults would be in disarray about another party being in their area. That's the only way to have gotten the Nothics. But hell, we're close. We know they were down here. We encountered them here. Let's just go see.
Question, what the hell's a Nothic?
Good
Also wondering that.
creature, kind of grimy, big eye.
They're kind of
You
like
might need to be more specific.
they're kind of like the gargoyles that we encountered, except less hostile, more cryptic. They have this weird knowledge. You remember the old lady who said that you smelled like twilight and ether or something like that? Given those vibes, but in
Yeah.
goblin form. Or gargoyle form,
Right.
excuse me.
Okay.
That was
So-
actually a pretty good description.
That was a very good description. I've never actually seen one either.
So what importance do they have to anything?
They like, and I kind of look to Rowan and just, they like know shit. They can like look at you and sense things.
Like
Right?
they wanted my blood. Well, okay, that doesn't really narrow it down because a lot of people want my blood, but
You see Parsonus is like, what? I'm learning so many things.
Yeah. God's chosen. We get it. You're special.
So they know things, like as in accurate things, or like I was at a carnival once and
I think it could be both. I don't think that there is limits necessarily, but I think their intuition is not precise. They don't get to choose what they learn.
okay. I think my question still stands. How are they important? Why would knowing things about people be important to who we're chasing?
I mean, if they've been down here for as long as the cults, they'd know a hell of a lot about the cults and what they're doing.
Yeah, but who would want that information?
You said you've run across them before.
Here, in this temple, just back that way. We could probably take you in a different direction to get there.
Did you learn something from them?
Liza has to look at her notes really fast because we did. Hold on, this is what my crazy web is for. Let me search.
I love that Liza has her own dark web.
Mm-hmm.
Dark web?
Oh, okay, not dark web. That wasn't the right.
I mean, they're trying to kill us. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, they told us a little bit about Gar, the guy who runs this place or ran this place. They told us, hinted at the temple that was deeper, but they didn't really give us much information there. And they were the first ones to really give us the information about the Elder Eye and Fraser, the Deceiver. They were speaking in Undercommon. Liam was really like one of the few people who could understand them, I think.
I don't mean to be racist here, Parsness, but you wouldn't happen to understand that language, would you?
No. Yes, of course I know it.
Oh, well, that saves us looking for another translator then.
All right, so they know things.
If they're here, let's just go find out.
I think that's more of what we're trying to get out of. If they're still here, then what I saw
is a future problem.
Yeah.
Or imminent, but
I couldn't tell any timeline. It was just pure darkness.
Well, we're not making much progress on the tunnel here, and I kind of kick somewhat like a dirt clod as it goes thing. Hesteva's on her way back to Red Larch. We'll teleport back if we need to, but let's go see if the Nothics are here. As long as everyone's okay. Tempo, you needed rest? Someone needed rest?
I'm okay. I mean, last time we talked about taking a short rest. But that was mostly to regain like abilities, I think. No one was really hurt.
Yeah. I'm okay if DM is like, I guess, how quickly do you want Rowan's vision to have set in upon us getting out of combat? Could we have done that short rest and then she got her vision?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine with me.
Because I know we did agree, like, we were going to be digging out this tunnel, and that can be the dirt clod that Nina's kicking right now. So, okay.
I was going to say Nathan didn't need a short rest, so he'd probably the one be digging while everybody else is relaxing.
All right. Well, let's head back this way.
Does that mean your tempo, your temp HP is gone that you gave us at this point? Was that
no, I actually re-upped it at the start of the short rest, and it's not temp HP. It's just, I mean, it's
Max
temporary max HP.
Yeah.
But yeah, the timer actually got reset and re-upped, so
Okay.
everyone got healed for 20.
That's why my hit points are so beefy. I wasn't going to question it. But
Yeah.
I was like, wow, I broke 100.
All right.
Liza doesn't remember the way back, but
I think between the group of you all, I'm going to group you up and
Carry me with you.
take you with me on a journey here.
Don't do it in a creepy voice.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So you head down, and just so you can kind of see the route that you took. Oops. Ooh. All right. I might have squished y'all, but okay. Cross the bridge. And to here. And you know down this hallway is where, and then up is where the room was. So,
I'll probably go ahead and be the one to lead the way this time,
okay.
just so I know where we're going. It was up this direction, right?
Yeah.
And then when we get to the door, I guess I can go in first since they seem to
Like
like
you?
me. All right. Well, I
I think we
will.
just get being polite at this point.
And I open the door. And
You
peek in.
open the door, peek in. The doors turn so on a central pivot, so you push it and peek in. And the first thing you see as you kind of start to peek in is the fountain off to the side. The next thing you see is a blood streak along the ground. And then you see a body on the floor. And let me get rid of that door.
I'll just look over my shoulder directly over at Nina and do just like very subtle, like not good nod, and then go ahead and walk in.
Yeah. You walk in, and there is the musty smell of this room, the smell of the water, fresh and clean, and yet the smell of the copper and the blood. Parsoness walks in and just, you see him wrinkle his nose a bit and kind of turn his head to the side. Well, and then looks at it. Well, they're smaller than I thought.
This is the creature you were talking about?
One of them, there was a pair.
Yarek's large central eye, the pupil is blown out, and what remains of the iris is still yellowish, but clearly some of the magic has, well, all of the magic has left. And it's just kind of turned into this dull yellow.
I'm gonna kneel down, and the fact that they had basically kind of like touched my arm and like grabbed me to get the blood, I'm gonna need to touch the body to see if I can kind of tell if it's quote unquote cold, if it's been dead for a while, if it's newer. I can do
Yeah.
the
Make
medicine check.
a medicine check.
26.
Looking at the blood, the pattern of it, running it along your fingers, these flakes that just kind of push off your fingers. You push the body a bit, and the entire thing just kind of moves with it. There's a definite sense of rigor mortis here, and the darkness of the blood that has dried up. You gather this body has been here 4 days. You see another with this long streak of blood where it looks like Yark had been crawling, pulling his body, headed towards the fountain, but could not quite make it.
This isn't good. This is almost going on the latter half of a week old, from what I can tell.
Fuck. And you said you think it was in Yartar? What's that? And I tried to like calculate when we went to Yartar how long it took us to get there from.
Yeah, so...
Always with the distances, sorry.
Oh, no, not at all. Okay. You know... Westbridge to Yartar along the road is... Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me pull up the map. Because I think I wrote down the wrong numbers. I had it.
No worries. It's hard without the map in front of me to like picture.
Yeah. Let me,
picture the distances.
I can throw you guys on the Desert Valley. Here we go.
Okay, yeah, because we had to go through Tribor first.
Yeah, you guys are down here at the moment at Riverguard
Yeah.
Keep. Let me see. Okay, that's what it was. From here, you gather to get to Yartar from where you're at currently, it would be about 134 miles. Yartar to Tribor, about 55 miles.
And Tribor's actually where this all took place. Yeah.
Oh,
They-
Tribor was the
We
vision?
left Yartar and
That's right,
went
okay.
to Tribor. So technically, all the vision was in Tribor. Well, most of it.
Okay, well, travel logistics aside, we're running out of time then.
I can speak to this creature, ask it a few questions.
I mean, that may be a good idea. It's better than nothing.
Maybe he
You-
overheard something, whatever they wanted, who it was wanted him. I don't know.
But you saw this creature alive in your vision?
Not this one. It was a brother, a twin, another creature with a different colored eye.
I see. I mean,
This is
my
Yarick, right? This one's Yarick.
I can't tell the two apart, but there was an Aoife and there was a Yarrick. Or a
Yeah.
Yarrick. Aoife and a Yarrick.
do we want to know who killed them?
I don't know if that's the important part or if the important part is if the chained one's actually unleashed. Did we fuck up majorly in not interrupting that thing at the pyramid?
I would say that's probably more important than it. The people that had the other Nothic, they didn't survive.
And it was.
Is it weird to me that I want to know where this one was going?
No, I mean, it looks like he's headed, and I kind of point to the fountain. That? Was there anything weird about the fountain last time?
It's a stone fountain in the middle of the west wall. Consists of 10-foot wide semicircular stone basin of water with a grinning gargoyle perched on a pedestal jutting out from the wall.
I don't remember there anything last time, but we were pretty creeped out by the fucking Nothics and their creepy ass sigils on the floor.
Could ask it why it was crawling to this fountain, if there's anything special about the fountain.
Okay.
Oh, that's probably a better idea than me just poking it. Okay, I'll come back.
Parsoness just looks at you like.
How are you
Yeah.
still?
Okay.
You know this creature's language, Parsoness? That might need your help.
What do you need me to do? Comes forward and kneels down next to you.
You're gonna have to be the one to ask it the questions and listen to what it says. I mean, it can only... I can't teach it. I can't teach a corpse new languages. As the old saying goes.
That's not that. Sure. Yep. All right. Let's do this. Let's talk to the corpse.
All right. I'll approach the body, kneel down, and start the spirits will start extending towards it and slowly swirling around it. And then some will settle down in. And I will cast Speak with Dead, which I can do at will without expending a spell slot.
These spectral spirits fluttering about kind of settle down into the body, and you see it twitch a bit, and you watch as that milky yellow eye dull. A little bit of glow comes back to it. The pupil remains wide, but you see it almost trying to fluctuate. And the mouth that's hanging open, you just hear a as it tries to close and then closes, and the head turns and looks to you, Tempo. Parsoness looks between all of you. Sorry, what did you want me to ask it again?
Tell it we're here to help. We're here to get revenge against whoever did this to them, but there are some things we need to know. And first, ask it if the chained one has been unleashed. I look around to the group for confirmation. Then nod to Parsoness when I receive it.
He begins to relay the message and then asks the question. You see Yark's eye watching, and you just see a little bit of almost like a spectral drool start to kind of dribble out. And you see the mouth barely moving as the inside tries to form the words. Parsonus kind of squints a bit, listening, clearly trying to understand and listen. And Parsonus nods and looks up at the rest of you. Right, so Chained One, he does not know. He actually asked why we thought he was unchained. And then he proceeded to tell us we were idiots for even contemplating unchaining him, so gathering that's a bad idea.
Okay, well, that's something. Fountain next? I kind of do the same thing and look around to the group for confirmation.
Nod. Do we want to ask why it was crawling to the fountain, or if there's anything special about the fountain? Or are those interchangeable?
I think those are interchangeable, and one will let us know if this guess is wrong, where that he wasn't crawling to the fountain, it was somewhere else. So.
Okay.
Parsonus begins to translate, and you see Yark's one hand, which is kind of extended towards the fountain. You just see the fingers twitch a bit, and you hear a slight crunching as he points towards the fountain. And you hear this guttural response, half whispered. He says well, he was dying and he was trying to save himself. Apparently the water is life-giving. It's restorative. You see him kind of looking back and forth as Yark continues to kind of like speak.
Well, that's good to know.
Oh, experiment time? Rowan, throw him in the fountain?
I can ask it 3 more questions. I don't know what throwing the body would interrupt that or not.
Oh, I didn't know there was a limit. My bad.
That said, what else do we want to ask it? I mean,
You guys said it was a twin, right?
we could ask where the others like it are.
Or it's other or whatever. Maybe it can sense where it is.
That's true, yeah.
Parsonus translates, asks a question. You see the pupil now start to narrow a bit. And you see some of the lights in the eye swirl some. And as Yark starts to respond, you do hear the familiar name of Yefer being said. Right. He doesn't know where his brother Yefer is. However, he knows they took him. Left him for dead. They said someone paid them money for information, and they believed they had it. And he's asking if Yefer is alive. Should I tell him?
I mean, currently the answer is yes.
He lets him know. Yark's jaw twitches a bit.
I know before we said it might not be the most important thing, but I can't help but think that, I mean, knowing who did this could be a good thing.
I mean, you've asked the main important questions, so what's wrong with getting that info?
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
After the question is asked and Yark responds, Parsoness, as Yark is speaking, just kind of quietly translates through it. There were 5 of them. He didn't catch their names. Definitely looked like a mercenary group. A bit like us. So, two magic users. There was half-orc, I believe, dwarf, old man, big woman, and some skinny little man.
I turned to Rowan. Does that sound like the group you saw?
I mean, that fits the description, yeah.
Okay.
Did I see any insignias in the vision?
No. Not that I recall. No.
Was the one a paladin? The big woman? Was she a paladin?
Veteran.
Veteran, okay. That's right.
Yeah, I don't recall there being any insignia. Everyone kind of had their own little secrets at the end there, but I don't think there was anything visually giving them away because they were hiding them from each other too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily that they were interconnected, so the description fits of them just being like us.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to know?
You see or hear Yarrick start to mumble something, just harkening, and Parsoness kind of looks down a little surprised, as he's familiar with this spell and typically they only respond when asked questions. But he waits until Yarrick finishes, and the eye starts to dim once more before he looks back. He said if the Chained One were unleashed, we'd know it. All the realms would know it too. So good news.
Did that take the last of the corpse's effort?
Yeah. The eye dims, and the spectral spirits almost just kind of, you watch them just kind of fade out, almost like smoke, just dissipating.
Great, so if we thought we had a clock before, we definitely have one now.
Nothics are pretty small-ish in stature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ethan just reaches down. He's like, "All right, bath time." Picks him up and walks over to the fountain, and kind of just like puts him in it.
You lift this creature. It's awkward at first. It's a medium size, but on the smaller side. And it's stiff. And as you pick it up and kind of half drag, half lift, overturn it into the fountain, which splashes. The water eventually settles, and the body, completely like still rigor mortis, just half the legs kind of half hanging out, the head within, and doesn't seem to be moving.
Oh, now we know the extent of its healing. And he'll turn around and walk back towards everybody else.
Shouldn't
Maybe
we?
we should. Yeah.
You just see the rest of the way.
I know Parsons is just like rubbing his forehead.
Maybe we get him back out. Why we wouldn't want to like putrefy the waters, contaminate them with a dead body.
Isn't this a cult hideout? Would we not want them to have that?
I mean, it wasn't originally. I don't know.
We might want it later.
We want to come back?
I mean, we might not
Right.
want to.
How about we just fill up some vials now?
All right. He'll go back and like grab the legs and just pull it out.
You hear the thump thump. And yeah, the water settles once more.
You just see Rowan kind of standing there, like a little bit in shock. I was just like, "Where did this come from?" But then he's also like, "No, this is fitting." But
Yeah. Parsons is just like covering a smile and like a chuckle.
Okay, so where do we go from here? We can't get past that rebels, so we've got to go somewhere.
I mean, before we jump the gun, I mean, does anyone have vials on them? I mean, this we should take some. If it does anyone hurt, should we try it? You want me to cut my hand and put it in?
I mean, I technically have 4 healing potions on me right now. 1 greater and 3 regular.
Just
I've got
hang on. Nathan pulls out his water canteen and just pours it out. He's like, "Gee." Later.
So grumpy.
Phil.
So we got to get to Yartar fast. Or do we go to Tribor and work our way back from there?
Or do we still try to get down below that tunnel?
Well, if your vision has anything to say about it, I believe you basically shared the details of most of it, right? At this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Our winged friend wants this Nothic for some reason. That seems vitally important.
You think so? I mean, well, you haven't, you didn't meet them. They're very cryptic.
That doesn't stop the fact that the one person that we can't even say his name is hunting this thing down. That seems like, I don't know, important.
Well, we don't know what wanted it, right? We just know that someone paid for them to be captured. Based on-
Yep. Above table, point of clarification. So we saw the deceiver. So we saw Fraser Blue
Yep.
rip Tobias's heart out. Tobias being the person that JD
Yep.
played, right?
Yep.
Right before he was able to contact his Waterdeep friends.
Yep.
Peggy Deadbell showed up and said, "I thought it was going to be the other one, the spy, meaning the mage."
Yep.
Did was the impression that they were the ones who paid these mercenaries to get it? That's how they knew about it, or they were stopping the mercenaries from delivering the Nothic?
So, yeah, the impression you got, Rowan, is that Phrase was not the payer. that the mercenaries failed. And Frey's perhaps waited on the outskirts, observing. And when this group escaped, well, the one, they took the opportunity. You don't know why, you don't know what for, or anything like that, but
Okay, so the deceiver wants the Nothics, but they weren't necessarily the ones to hire the mercenaries, and they just took advantage of the situation.
Because Yefer did not make it out with Tobias.
Okay. So
You did not get the
Yeah.
so let me
Okay.
so let me just you did not get the impression that they were there for the Nothics.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Separate. Nope, that's okay.
Were you filled in on the whole side quest, Ellie?
Nope.
Oh, it was crazy. Do you want to give
Sounds
the lowdown, more of a lowdown, Rowan? Like an actual recap real fast, or you want me to?
Oh yeah, I can do it real quick. Because basically we played the characters that we're talking about, like the 5 mercenaries were our characters that we were assigned to. And then we basically knew that the caravan of this group was hired to get these Nothics. Killed the one, took the one. And they were, where we picked up was basically in Yartar heading towards Tribor. And on the path to Tribor, once we got to kind of the perimeter of the city, we started to notice like this odd fog that didn't behave like normal fog, and then like everything was in just like perpetual darkness in Tribor. And that's where basically we realized that most of the people were gone. It was almost like Chernobyl style, where just everything was left where it was in most cases. And then we would run into some like nightmarish kind of style creatures. Like, did you ever watch like the Resident Evil movies with the dogs that were like zombie dogs?
I don't think so. But I can
Zombie
picture
dog.
zombie dog.
And then other creatures that kind of we had to try and sneak around Tribor because we noticed a giant, like, we're not that, there's another ooze in the creature, like, sitting around. So
You talking
got,
underwater
Yeah.
now, or?
Am I?
it muted out a little bit. It got real. You're good.
So anyways, it was kind of making sure that we didn't lose Yefer from us, while also trying to get through the city and running into kind of like different nightmares, creatures, stuff that we were fighting. And then near the end, the giant black, like massive, gargantuan sized black ooze basically started barreling down on us, and we couldn't outrun it. So most of the party was wiped out from it. There was nothing we could really do. And then that's when JD's character was like one of the last ones standing. It was like about to escape when Fraser showed up and ripped out his chest. So none of us survived. It was very kind of like nightmarish, like I say, I had it when we were playing it, Lovecraft Country or Lovecraftian style in a way, but it was very much not good. It was like no way to escape. Most people were already dead, gone.
Or
Or
mad.
mad.
Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were thinking this big black thing might be the unchained one? Or the chained one? So you're asking, or you just thought it was like just like an effect of the chained one being released?
I got the impression it was more of an effect of the chain one being released.
Cool.
You remember one of the things Yefer actually mentioned to the mercenary group was this roaming evil in the city was a black cyst, and it's known as a nightmare of Tharizdun. It is a creation from Tharizdun's nightmares, basically. Doesn't mean he necessarily fears it. It's just that is the madness of Tharizdun.
You see, like, explaining all of that, Nina gives a little bit of a shudder, remembering the place that she was temporarily trapped in. Be like, fuck, that's not great.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think going to Tribor we could stop that somehow?
I'm honestly not positive of anything, so I wouldn't really go there. I mean, we are here to try to get down and figure out the weapons thing. So we have the spear. There's that. Is there anything else we got on our plate right now? Stone messenger old guy?
Right, the prime principal servant. He's probably moved off with that gem. That's probably the reason why it's getting closer, is they're getting closer to unlocking it. So we need to stop the gems being gathered, but we need to stop the cults from decimating and I still keep going back to we're here. We just need to get deeper. Like, leaving just puts us behind the gun again, it feels like.
Okay, let's do that then.
I kind of feel like I'm with Nina. I think we need to press forward for once instead of backtracking again.
If we get down there and they're gone, then we leave and we go to Tribor and do that. But I think we need to.
Your circle thing, you didn't have ability to go to Tribor, right? With your ceremonial circle.
Not Tribor specifically, but hold on, I have to pull up.
I mean, I think Red Larch was one, and that's where the ship is, which would get us there the fastest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the ship's still topside. You guys gave them the order to head back, but then you asked them to stand by, I think, because you were
Right.
still deciding
Right.
what to do.
Yep. That is correct. We did do that.
So I have Red Larch, Waterdeep, Mirabar, Grey Peak Mountains, which I think are I think Red Larch would be the closest. But what Nina will do, she'll pull out her book to Shush and say, "Can you get me the teleportation circle sigils if there is one in Yartar?" ? And we'll leave it at that. And just Tribor, sorry. Tribor. And leave it at that. If he can get it, maybe I can get us there faster, but
And I think when Nathan sees Nina pull out her book, he'll pull out his and check it again just to make sure.
Mm-hmm. You do see, actually, something in yours.
Hmm.
Uh, allow me to find it, though. You see a childish scrawling, and where's that? Oh, it says, "Hi. Let Rowan know we took Corbett to the pond like you said. So many ducks showed up. Also, I think it might be mating season for ducks. So that was interesting." And then you just see a little drawing of like a pond, some stick figures, some ducks. And then off to the side you see like a little girl with a abnormally large dagger, and she's like currently stabbing one of the ducks.
He just looks at it, smacks Rowan on the shoulder with the book, and just holds it up for her.
It's like, ow, what is that? What? She's actually really good at art.
Where were they during your vision again?
They weren't really in the... Before we left, he kept saying he's coming.
Right.
They were, you remember it was in the courtyard of the mansion.
You did at the tail end after the deceiver ripped out Tobias's heart, see Pell and Corbett.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Yeah.
I was so traumatized from dying that...
Yep, no, all good.
So I'll relay that. Like, they were still at the mansion, but in the courtyard.
All right. Nathan will kind of pull his pen, go to the side, and just, nice work, kid. Keep up the good work. Do me a favor and stay out of the courtyard. Just till we get back.
Okay, so we've got some water. We try and find a way down.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just move.
There's a chance I could get us past that cave-in, but only 5 of us. And only if it's less than 30 feet thick. And even if it is, I don't know if we want to... Seems hard to leave one person behind.
All the eyes of the party kind of look back and forth. Parsons is just like... Right. I can head back.
I don't even know if it'll work yet, so...
What would happen if it is more than 30 feet thick?
Nothing bad. I wouldn't be able to do it. I have something that can teleport 5 of us somewhere I can see within a range, and I can't see through walls unless I do the thing to see through walls, and I can only see through walls 30 feet. So if I try to see through it and I can't see the other side, I won't try the teleport. But if I do, we'll have less than a minute to pull the trigger on teleporting past.
So let me get this straight. You have invisible spirits around you. You can talk to dead. You can see through walls. You can teleport.
Yeah, well, helps with the seeing through walls. I mean, I'm sorry, helps with the speaking to the dead. I mean, Granthor is pretty good with walls. It's a team effort.
Oh, okay. Because I'm about to be like, who are you that can do all these things?
I just have a lot of friends.
I lean over to Nathan. How many?
Currently, 4 or 5. Why?
Some of them are there sometimes and not others. Some of them kind of come and go.
From like inside of you, or to a different plane and back?
I don't
Conversation for
really
while
know
we're
how that works.
moving. Let's go deal
Yes.
with problem.
Okay, look, you said you'd have to do this teleportation thing within a minute. Parsonus, if you want to go back, I get it. I think Chara wants you here, but if you want to stay, I could get in the crab and hold my breath for under a minute. You guys would just have to be fast about it.
I'd rather I do that.
Why?
You two can decide it on the way.
Well, this is entertaining. I think I'd like to stay if possible.
Yeah. We want you to stay.
We wouldn't have been able to speak to that Nothic without you.
I'm very important. Very helpful.
I look to Chara and then to Parsonus. You are. Sincerely.
Back out the door, yes? And he turns, walks in front, and heads out. Chara kind of looks at you, Nina, and she's like, you got his number. And then she looks at you, Nathan, and she's like, walks out.
Nina lets the others follow and then slowly starts walking with Nathan. So you're really going to fight me on who gets to hold their breath?
A little.
Why?
Have you ever put a living thing in that thing before?
No.
Has it come back? Well, let's start there.
Mister, I'm going to experiment and just go throw something in the water.
I mean, I didn't throw myself in the water.
You were going to.
I was going to dip a finger in. Actually, in all honesty, I was going to put this arm in, but see if it healed anything, but it didn't.
Fuck. Well, I'd say race you to it, but we know you'd win that, so.
I don't even know who. Don't I have the crab?
I have
think
it.
Rowan does.
Okay, Ron does.
I have it.
Like, I don't know if it works that way, if I'm being honest, but nonetheless. Yeah, I'm fast, but you can fly and teleport, so
Oh,
Exactly. Maybe I could teleport out of there if all things go worse.
I don't like the maybe in that sentence.
All right. If you want to go in the bag, you can go in the bag. Because I'll make sure you come back whether or not anything bad happens.
Rowan's just walking in front a little, just.
I really wish I could talk to this woman and have her help us. And just like I pull out Talon, because one of us could hide in there. And then just tuck it back into my belt. I haven't gotten a conversation out of it yet. But I still don't know whether Liam was crazy or not.
I mean, did you like sit with it like he did?
I mean, I talked to it.
But like the other magic items that we've come across, you have to like sit and study them a bit to attune to them. Like I made you do with the necklace.
So I didn't think about that. And that doesn't sound like a me thing either.
Okay.
This is not really mine, so I shouldn't do that.
True. But that's probably the only way you're going to hear from her if she's in there.
Okay, well,
And you can clearly break it. I mean, Liam did by leaving it behind, so it'll be temporary.
That also may have been a Liam thing. You just hear it over and over.
yeah. I mean, that is true. I don't know.
I don't think he would have left it for Pell if it was just a Liam thing. He said specifically he wanted to break our family's hold on it, so.
Fair.
Anyways, questions for later.
Sorry, I didn't move my token, but we would have been moving with the group.
Right.
I'm gonna pretend I know where I'm going.
Da.
There we go.
Perfect.
All right. I'm just going to move you all back to where you were.
Sorry, DM.
Oh, no, not at all.
We just like walking this map. It's so fun.
I'm just going to put you in the water for a minute.
I'm gonna start.
Tarsa takes us ice skating.
Yeah. Yeah. You all cross back over and come back to the room.
Okay, so Tempo, see if you can see through it. Rowan, have the crab ready. You get ready to get in the crab. And if Tempo can see through it, we got 60 seconds to make it happen.
All right.
All right.
Everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll get up as close to this wall, like to the cave-in as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will use the seawall thing. It has a cool name. It's gotta have a ghostly gaze. I'll use ghostly gaze, which I get back on the short rest.
Okay.
So I'll mark that off. And I will gain the ability to see through solid objects with dark vision to a range of 30 feet for 1 minute. So I'll try and see if I can see any walkable space beyond this cave-in.
Yeah, absolutely. You see a empty room and corridor with some doors just to the south and the west. Looks empty.
Alright, I see an empty room on the other side.
Okay.
I see 2 doors, one to the... Sorry, which directions? One to the...
South and one to the west. They're both south.
One to the south, one to the west, southwest.
I think Nina gestures to the crab, but then leans over, kisses Nathan, and says, "See you in less than a minute, and don't you dare suffocate."
Okay.
What is this crab,
22's
by the
not
way? All I hear
It's
is
our crab of holding. Our crab of holding.
What?
Oh, yeah, here, let me, You have access to this as well. It is,
Is it, like, alive?
So it's basically a bag of holding. It is animated to a degree. It looks like a real little crab.
Uh-huh.
It latches onto people's belts, basically. And when you knead into it, you just kind of tap it or ask it to open. And that mouth opens all the way wide. And as kind of like Hermione's bag, as things get close to it, it just kind of. So, yeah. Rowan puts the crab down. Yeah. Nathan
JD's already holding his breath. So
holds a breath. Oh, you're still holding. Oh my god. Okay. Jumps in, swallows him, and yeah. What are you guys doing?
Alright, I cast Scatter using my 6th level Mystic Arcanum. And air quivers around up to 5 creatures of my choice, so all the creatures I can see. And assuming they are all willing, I will teleport them all to an unoccupied space I can see within 120 feet on the ground or floor. So I will teleport all 5 of us, including someone holding a crab with another person in it, into the empty room beyond the wall.
I'm
Yeah.
holding it with a death grip because I'm like, Nick can't kill me for any reason.
Yeah, yeah. How long does that
JD's
spell last?
still holding
I know.
It's only a casting time of 1 action.
Okay. Whoopah! Into the other room.
And I immediately open the crab. Wait, is he gonna
Nina
come
reaches
out?
in and grabs Nathan. rips
You
out.
grab a hand
Yeah.
and pull.
Why is there cheese in there? Oh,
Told you it should have been me.
nobody said it pulls the air out of you.
While I can still see walls, I'll run forward and look through into these other rooms before opening any doors.
You come up to this southern door and you see 3 individuals inside the room. One seems to be roaming towards a window area. Another seems to be seated at a table. And the third is lying on a bed.
Alright, 3 folks on the 6 o'clock. And I'll turn to the... And is there any other door in the room?
This one
see the
right
end.
here. And
I mean in the south one. Is this the...
oh, nope, this looks
Okay.
like the only door.
Okay. And then the other room.
It looks like a empty hallway that's relatively short. Looks like it maybe goes south.
Okay. And a short hallway on the 9 o'clock.
Parsonus comes up and slaps Nathan on the back. You good?
Yep, I'll be all right. That was
And
weird.
You
I
smell
can only
like
do
cheese.
that once a day, so I can't get us back.
That's okay. I can if all else fails. But it, again, takes 10 minutes to cast that for me. Anyway. We fighting or sneaking? She points to the 2 doors. People for fight, empty hallway for sneak.
Just remind me, did we see someone go down below this cave-in?
Gar, in our original fight with him, when he cast the big storm that we all almost died in the altar room, eventually vanished down here. He's the one who caused that cave-in.
Okay,
So
yeah.
he could potentially be down here.
Okay.
Essentially, folks that are under this cave-in are Ol Hydra's like chosen. That's what everyone was complaining about up top. They got left behind and clearly weren't a favored of Ol Hydra.
That's right. Okay.
Well, anyone we see down here is probably a shoot first, ask questions later type deal. No?
I'm always for sneaking. But that's just me.
You said they were lounging?
There was one walking around by a window. Is that what you said?
It looked like kind of an alcove.
An alcove. One was seated at a table and one was lying in bed.
Above table. Just throwing the idea out there because I don't know that Nina would suggest it. We could try to take them by surprise and question them, or we could keep sneaking. I think Nina's of the mindset to keep sneaking and just try to get to a bigger, badder place, but I don't know if folks like the idea of leaving people behind them at their backs.
I think above table, Nathan right now is let's get to where we need to go as fast as possible with as little resistance. So.
Okay.
I think
I'll
we're in
wait
the
it.
same boat as Nathan.
You all open the door and you see a corridor.
Peek around the corner, sneakily like.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Sure.
Everyone, you want it to be a group stealth?
Yes.
I'd like to guide myself.
That's an 11 from me.
Okay.
10 for me.
Okay.
12 for me.
23 for me.
Okay. Let me open Parsonus' sheet. Ooh. Okay. You all... You're not being as quiet as you would hope. Nathan, silent. Absolutely silent. But the rest of your party are somewhat... You hear echoes of footfall off the walls. But you all make your way down the hall. You peek around the corner, and it looks empty thus far.
Was Tempo liking leading? I didn't want to take that. Yeah, if you want to keep sneaking.
Yeah, but I'm not
So
doing a very
tiny.
good job.
None of us are. It's fine. Nathan can't see. It's
Nathan.
dark down here.
Well, guess so. Doing my best. Sneak, 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 sneak. Peek around the other corner.
You peek around the corner. As you peek around, your hand just kind of barely touching a few of the rocks on the wall crumble and fall. Make a slight clattering noise that just kind of echoes a bit. But you look, and it looks empty.
Nothing so far.
Is it just me, or is the air getting staler?
Is it like that? Is it that same sort of like staleness that we got at the stone monastery as we got further and further down?
Yeah. The air is feeling not just staler, almost like heavier, a little bit denser.
That'll be the weight of the Fane as we get closer to it. The thing that's deeper below, it's not just metaphorically heavier, it's physically heavier. But we keep going. Careful of the rocky walls.
You see at the end of a corridor, it looks like it continues up and left, but it looks like the way forward is blocked off by further breakage of the ruins, a collapse of the walls. But you do see a door at the end of this hallway. Just
So the way north up here is blocked off?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we get closer and try to listen at the door?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Roll me a perception check.
$18?
You hear a clicking sound. And almost like a vibration or a buzzing breaks into more clicking before it quiets.
I look over at Nathan. What did those bugs that attacked you sound like?
Scratchy, I think.
I think we got something similar in here.
I mean, we can keep going on this corner. Leave it alone like we did the other door.
Oh, around that corner is where the collapse is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't do that trick again unless we take way more time than we want to.
And I could shatter it, but that's going to create a lot of noise, and it would have made all the sneaking with nothing, so... I can go in, light the place up. Fire worked pretty deeply against him, right?
At this point, yeah, let's just do it.
we don't have a choice.
Well, I love sneaking and all, but time's ticking.
And that thing you guys did back there with the things around you, that was like highly effective against things getting near you. So maybe one of you do that. Just a thought, anyway.
I mean, yeah, that's... I don't know if you already had something planned. Tempo is just kind of your, like, out of the gate thing, but I can always do the spirit gardens if you have something else in mind.
Yeah, we can plan on that and see how it goes.
Okay. Who's going to open the door? This is going to be a pattern. Okay.
Honestly, Nathan opens it and just kind of like, whether it's a push or pull or whatever, he just opens it and pushes it or pulls it out of the way so Nina can go in.
Yeah, and I'm holding Scorching Ray to let loose three things on the first three things that I see that are bug related.
Okay. The door opens. Nathan pushes it in. Nina moves in. What you see, the walls of this chamber are carved with stone phrases. They depict dwarven merchants leading trains of mules or giant lizards burdened with heavy packs through immense caverns. In the center of the chamber, a wide stairway leads down into darkness. And at the top of the stairs stands a hunched insectoid creature with 2 tined pitchfork. And as you let loose, we should go ahead and roll initiative.
Combat.
Ay, ay, ay. Ooh. Ooh, I gotta get rid of all these other people on here. Add turn. Add turn. Okay. Well, I gotta attach Parsonus's character to this sheet. There he is. All right. Jill, enter your... Oh, that's right. I have chars. We're going to go straight D20 because I have no idea what she's got. 10. Okay, okay. And descend. Okay. So, with that, Nina.
Okay. So I'm rolling 3 scorching rays at him. The lowest one's a 14, the next one's a 28 and a 29 to hit.
14 misses.
Okay, so 28.
The others, yep,
Okay.
definitely.
So that'll be 46. 18 fire damage.
Okay.
And if it's still up, because it's just the one thing, right, that I can see.
Yep. Oh, that's right. Let me open the door for you. My apologies.
That's okay.
There you go.
Okay. I will sorcery point, quicken spell, firebolt, to try and get in one extra hit on it. Does a 15 hit?
It does not.
Okay. And with that, I will duck in and kind of get out of the way over here of this thing. 5,
Okay.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
The flames just wallop at it, just crashing over it as you watch it kind of curl in on itself, the carapace forming over, and the fire doesn't look to be doing as much damage as you would expect.
I kind of shout to the others, not the same bug, not as effective.
Nathan.
So he just moves into the room beside Nina.
It would have been straight ahead. Yeah, you would have seen it, I think.
Yeah. I can just barely see it. But at the same time, he kind of stops and just, how loud am we going?
I don't think it matters at this point.
Okay. And he'll pull death then and just rip off 2 shots.
Okay. Go for it.
And 17 for the first one.
Okay.
Does that hit?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying that was the damage. I'm so sorry. No,
No.
17 does not hit. I apologize.
Does not hit. Okay. And then the second is nat 20. Yay!
Oh, that definitely hits.
Okay. So that one's gonna be plus.
And above table, I feel like we always try to come in here sneakily, and it never works out. So I'm totally fine to just like go ham and just dive into combat. So,
Dive in.
yeah,
We're going to do
Yes.
the insanity thing where you think you're going to get a different result.
exactly. Yeah.
36 piercing for the second one.
Okay.
And then that'll be Nathan's turn. And yeah, I guess didn't really shoot in the last one. I don't think. In the last
Okay.
fight. Really? Yeah, I guess Parsoness is probably the only one that's new to it, so it's rattling down every hallway.
Echoing very loudly, including down this steep stairwell. Parsoness, those of you still in the hallway, see him you all hear the gunshots going off, and you just see him kind of flinch a bit. He doesn't seem as unfamiliar with this type of thing.
He does have Mr. Piccolo on board. So.
He does have Mr. Piccolo on board. And you have seen the twins carrying rifles. So, with that, Chara, you know what? I'm gonna let her go on this one. Rowan.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Having heard Nina shout back, I will. You guys move through the door, yeah. I'll come through, and I'll go to kind of the opposite direction of them. Over here. And I'm gonna use Toll the Dead, since she talked about like damage not harming as much
Mm-hmm.
in the normal sense. So a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Which it has advantage on.
Shit.
Wise bug.
Yeah, that's what I was like between that or con, and I was like, can't be that
16.
wide. Just that. Just eat, so. Nothing.
Okay. Tempo.
Yeah, I will step into the room to get a better look. Then I'll move into this corner, and I will simply but surely let loose 3 Eldritch Blasts at it.
Okay.
So we have a 12 to hit. So that'll miss.
Miss.
We have a 22 to hit.
That hits.
It landed on my keyboard cocked, but it would have been a 20. So sad. The third one is a 19 plus 8, so 27 to hit. So 2 hits.
Absolutely.
Robbed from a hit, but okay. That will be only 14 damage and launch it 20 feet away from me.
Okay.
Down the stairs, hopefully.
I was trying to get here so that it wouldn't go all the way down the stairs, so that it would maybe like. I couldn't tell how. I was trying to get it at an angle so that I wasn't like knocking it all the way down the stairs like out of view.
Okay. How far is it?
20 feet.
20 feet? We'll say just to right there then. That way you can still see it. Okay.
That's my go.
Oh, no. What was the damage? Man.
14.
14. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Parsonus.
This music reminds me so much of Jaws.
And we're in the water cult.
Yeah.
Great.
Parsonus slides in just inside the door. He is going to let loose a ray of frost, which absolutely misses. And I know. These poor guys, they never do well when I'm running them. You see him just kind of like roll his eyes a bit before he slips back out and kind of goes back to block Chara once again. And that is his turn. The bug creature. You see as it unfurls from its carapace holding, like curled over. And as it unfurls, you see all these little legs start to twitch. And as it does, this cloud comes out from it. And it casts a spell.
Excuse you? I did not sign up for magical casting.
Yeah. A 20-foot radius poisonous yellow-green fog fills the area. And great. That is actually that's its turn. It will move.
Can I tell if this was a spell or not? Because I can counterspell it technically if I can tell if it's a spell, but I'm not unfamiliar with this creature, so I'm going to let you decide if I can tell that or not.
Well, let's roll an Arcana.
Okay. Oh, no. I rolled a 3. I have a +4, but it's a 7 total. So
yeah, okay.
I'm too grossed out by this.
I was like, it wasn't a hard DC, but yeah.
No, I got a 7 total. So.
Okay. Yeah, unfamiliar with this creature. This just looks very foreign to you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that is its turn. Can it? No, it cannot. So actually, it doesn't move much. Moves to there. That's its turn. Nina, at the start of your turn, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
26. No, 20. Oh my god, 24. Sorry.
Okay. That succeeds. You take
That's what I'm good
half
at.
of 23 poison damage.
11? 11 or 12. Do you want me to round up
Yeah.
or- Okay.
I'll down.
Okay.
I think we've always done down.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
That is it. Go for it.
Okay. I will try to step back out of this. So you said we can all still technically see this thing? Because I just have a wall here, so I just want to confirm that that's just the dynamic lighting and whether or not I can see this.
The creature.
Uh-huh.
So he's now below the stairwell. Like,
Okay.
so from your angle, you can't see him. If you went back towards the top of the stairs, you'd be able to
Got
see
it.
down. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think everything I have to be able to see to do. Okay. So I step back, kind of caught off guard by it, and then I have to run back in. So that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And now that I can see it, I will take a step forward for 30. And does this cloud seem flammable?
So it is heavily obscured
Okay.
as well. So sorry, I should have said that.
That's
too.
okay. I guess what I'm actually trying to see is like it's the stone at its feet. No, I'm gonna do something dumb. I'm gonna cast fly on myself. I will quicken fly to be a bonus action.
Okay.
Let me see what that is. Okay, yeah, 2 sorcery points.
Ceiling's about 15 feet high.
That's okay. 3rd level. Then as my action, I will dash and just get to the other side of it. Like, can I go here?
Yes.
But like under in the stairs, do you know what I mean? Like I wanna fly
down the stairs?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So that's my action.
Okay.
And I still technically, because fly gives me a 60 feet move speed, and since I dashed while it was on me, I would have. Right? Hold on. Yeah, 60 feet. Okay. I would have some more. So if I can safely move around it, I probably would go a little bit further.
So taking an opportunity attack towards you?
Oh, if it can reach me, then I'll just stay close. Yeah.
Yeah, going down those stairs. It's narrow stairs.
Sure.
Yeah, it would definitely get reach on that.
Okay. Not a problem. So that's my turn, but I should be out of the cloud now,
Yes, you are.
and I should have it in my sights for the next round.
All right. Nathan. Darkness
All right.
and now choking cloud.
What do you need me to roll?
Constitution saving throw.
And 9.
Okay. 5d8. 29 poison damage.
That's 15. Okay. Got it. Sucks, but whatever. Okay. And then I can go still?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'll do 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35. And yeah, I will just drop a couple more shots into it now that I'm next to it.
Okay.
And I can see. One misses for sure. Actually, let me roll that because that's in that one.
Oh no!
Doesn't
Don't
almost
let.
fire.
Don't. Oh, thank God.
Okay. Second one is a 24.
That hits.
Okay. 13 piercing damage on that one.
Okay.
So the first one, he comes out of the cloud, and it's just, he's still disoriented, and he kind of pops off the first shot, and it just misses. And then the second one, he kind of clears his head, snaps it down, and gets a full shot into it.
Okay. Okay.
And that'll be his turn.
Chara. Constitution saving throw. I don't know. Ooh.
Let me see which ones bards have proficiency in. I think it's charisma and
Yeah,
dex.
charisma for sure. I feel like she has some constitution, but I also rolled a 6.
Yeah, theirs is dex and charisma for saving throws, so she wouldn't have proficiency in this.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So she takes 5d8 damage as well. For 26 poison damage.
doesn't she have resistance to poison? She has a ring or something on, right? She has a poison resistance ring
Does she?
that we got off of the Beholder in Waterdeep.
Okay. So let me just track that then. And for now, where's my pens? Here they are. All right. 26 poison. Halved. Okay. And then
Moving forward, we should all just take periodic PDF downloads of her sheets. Just
I
to
know.
compare.
it was
I
so
think
random.
Kara
I've
does
never
that
had
anyway,
that.
but-
Yeah, I've never had that happen before. Okay. She will move out of it. Actually feels Parson is shoving her forward to get out. And actually, she probably starts vomiting. So that is her turn. Rowan.
Yes, I can get to it.
Are you in the cloud? Do you have to make a Constitution saving throw?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Con.
Con.
Oh no, no. It's a 6.
Why? 27 poison damage.
Right. Okay. That didn't. I'll fix it. Okay. So I'm gonna run up right into the face of this creature.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling out dissonance,
Okay.
and I'm gonna cast as a bonus action divine favor on my weapon as I'm holding it, so it starts to have another glow on top of everything else that it has.
Okay.
And I will take a swing. Dirty 20 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. So D8, another D8, and a D4. Shit damage! Oh, are you kidding me? Gosh. 8 slashing damage. Wow.
Okay.
I'm using a war priest Oh, no, I
Okay,
can't. Bonus action, never mind. So, that's my turn.
that's your turn. Tempo. Constitution saving throw.
That is 13.
Okay,
Big 13.
you save. Let's go ahead and roll your half.
Oh.
11 points of poison damage.
Okay. Thank you. Whatever feat I took to give me Constitution
Temptation.
proficiency.
Oh, your resilience probably.
Yes,
Like
yes.
that.
11, you said?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. I think I will simply move out of the thing down the staircase so I can see. Measure again. First, I'll move here. See if I can see. Oh, and the thing is right there.
Yeah.
Oh, is this still in the cloud?
I'm gonna move you one over
Oh,
just because that
okay.
was throwing.
Okay.
Yeah, technically you are just outside of the cloud. Rowan is still in it.
Okay. But now I would be within melee with this thing.
Yes.
So I will use my thing. I'll use my thing. That's descriptive, right?
I love things.
Here's the thing. Warding Convocation. I'll use my Warding Convocation.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, wait, so I use that. You get it back on a short rest. Perfect. So I have it up. So I will use it. And that will... the spirits will start to become semi-corporeal. They'll start forming a physical barrier around me and give me half cover and also let me make. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged attack rolls. So I will let loose the Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
So that's a... What is my hit? That's a 20 to hit,
Okay, that hits.
a 22 to hit,
That hits.
and an 11 to hit.
That does not.
So
I'm gonna use my reaction to duck and try to trip this thing as Tempo inevitably blows it backwards over me.
so a total of 13 plus 8 is 21 damage.
Okay.
Can I see anything past the... I just see blackness past Nathan and the bug creature.
Yeah,
Are there just
so
more
it's
stairs?
the stairs that just goes down. It would be the next port of a map.
Okay.
So
I
you
think
just
I-
see darkness down.
I think I don't want to blast it. I think it's optional whether I move
Okay,
it. So I think
cool.
I probably want to leave it here and base to base with everyone, because assuming it's casting spells, it doesn't want to be up and close. So I'll leave it here.
Okay.
And that's my go.
You blast it, and you see portions of these legs just blow off, rip and tear, and this darkish green black blood just splatters against all of you standing around, and you hear the clicking slowly die as this thing falls to its knees on the stairs. And yeah, it probably does it to the last person that hit it. Tempo, you hear a voice inside your head. Do you speak Infernal?
No, almost certainly not. No.
You just hear a... And somewhere within that, you just hear Ul Hydra. and then it dies.
Does anyone know what angry Yankirar Gronki Hydra means?
I do speak Infernal. Did Tempo were they able to
Tempo,
pronounce
roll
enough
me a
quickly?
performance check.
Absolutely. Performance. That's an 18 on the dice, and I have a +4
Wow.
performance for my charisma, so 22.
Okay. Yeah.
And if it's a failure, I'll roll a d4 because that's good.
No, that is absolutely a success. As Tempo relays this, what you hear in the translation is the weakening is done. Shathragat grows. Hydra has begun the countdown.
I translate that back for everyone.
Countdown. That
Um,
doesn't sound good.
I want to quickly listen for approaching footsteps, but also use my flight speed to see if I can quickly get down the stairs sneakily though, and like scope out around the corner, and also get my eyes on anyone that might be approaching. I'll probably go like at max 120 feet before coming back.
Okay.
Does the gas clear? Okay.
Yes, the gas clears. You hear coughing and such coming from the hallway as Parsonus and Chara make their way inside. Nina, you get pretty far down. I actually have to look and see where this comes out.
I guess I would go 60 feet, so in action. And if I don't hear footsteps coming, I will dash or just come back with my movement. So 120 feet total to go there and back, so I don't leave the party behind. But
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, so the stairwell goes straight down.
okay.
No turns, nothing. You get to where it breaches through into the cavern. You're not familiar with this cavern. However, based on what you remember of the Fane, the walls look familiar.
Okay. But no people within sight that I can see within that 60 feet.
Roll me a perception check.
18?
18. You see a body of water as you come down. You see a body of water off to your left. It seems to be flowing downward and heads beneath the cavern wall, but it pools just off to your left, and you see some movement in that water. It's quick and it's fast, and it almost just looks like more water moving through, but there's just enough of a shade that you can tell there's something there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'll return up to the others and just say, no bodies yet, but there's something in the water down there. Like how Gar came out last time on whatever the fuck he was riding. But it's the Fane. Same walls. Everyone okay? I got potions.
Parsonus calls out, I'm fine. Chara's doing all right. She's been better. And
I
she
will shove 2 of the potions that I have into Parsonus's hand, just so that he has them to kind of help keep an eye on her and things.
Okay.
And I'll just keep track of that on my end. So.
Okay. Which ones did you hand?
I'll hand him 2 of the regular ones.
Okay.
I'll keep 1 and then a greater for myself.
He will go ahead and pop open one and give it to Chara. What is that?
I think it's 2d4 plus 2. Yeah, 2d4 plus 2 hit points. I don't know if you do it where, like, if you actually take an action, your full action to drink it, you get full health, or...
Oh, no, I think that is
Do
part
we
of our
have-
home rules, I think. Our home brew, I believe.
Healing potions, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, perfect. Yep, so 2d8 plus 2, 10.
10.
Great.
Why do I always forget we have those homebrew rules? The only one I remember is the initiative one.
Great.
Man, this music gives me such, like, this sense of dread and anxiety. It's perfect.
Might as well just get this party started, I guess.
Everyone keep
You
an
already
eye on
rang the
wall.
dinner bell.
Yeah. Yeah, we descend together, I think.
Okay. I will move you to the Fane.
Nathan will kind of lean over to Rowan, too, on the way down the stairs, and you ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm
Your
here.
head's here. Good. He gives you like a elbow shove. Let's have some fun, will we?
Kind of been ready for this, to be honest. She kind of grips dissonance a little tighter.
You all come to the bottom of the stair. And as you crest beyond the cavern wall and get to the bottom, a waterfall gushes out of the wall of this large cave, filling a swirling pool and then coursing through a passage to the north. Oh, I told you the water went down. It actually goes north. A winding footpath follows the rushing stream. And in addition to the stream's passage, there are stones. You came down the stairs. Yeah. The air is dense in here. And there is, where the waterfall is coming from further down, there is like just a slow, misty haze that's kind of seeping down from this area.
Nina will keep going. Yeah, I keep an eye on the water very warily. But I don't recall seeing water in the Fane necessarily at all. So you said there were paths straight ahead here?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this one back here. I think Nina wants to go this way.
Okay. Oh.
So I'll just kind of peek around this corner.
Okay.
And I do have, like, prestidigitation. I've got a little flame so that Nathan's not in complete darkness here, like a candle, essentially, or a torch level.
I technically can cast light on something as well.
Chara also has dancing lights, but
Funny enough, you probably light like the little flame and turn to look at Nathan, and he's had his eyes closed this whole time, and he's just been walking behind everybody.
Yeah, I know you can see, like, I know you don't have such a hard problem, like, you know, you're not going to trip down the stairs because you can make them out, but I think she just wants you to have, like, visual on other things coming up.
Oh, for sure. I just know, especially mechanically on Roll20, I have 10-foot sight.
Yeah.
I can't see shit, literally.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
though, I think we should make little torch tokens or something so I can control those. Another time.
I do have. Well, so Chara would ask, do you want me to do dancing lights? Do we really want to light up the place?
Not right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Okay.
things go off, that would be great.
Okay. Can you see anything? Okay, there you go. 10 feet. All right. You peek around the corner, and you
Nothing?
see another long corridor that seems to branch off to the right.
Curve back in itself. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna jump over here before I go down that one and poke my way this way a little bit.
At the end of that corridor that you're at, you see a low, thin mist that clings to the floor of this cave.
Like the ones we saw that Tempo rescued
Not
Chara in.
quite like that.
Oh,
That
okay.
one was covered the entirety of the passage.
Okay.
This is just along the floor. And as
That
you
looks
kind of
not good.
go forward a little bit, you see like the walls are glistening with like a moisture.
If I prestidigitate a little gust of wind, does the mist and fog like react to it at all? Does it swirl like fog would, or does it seem to have a weight of its own?
You see small little swirls. It kind of pushes a little, but it easily reforms.
Yeah, so not necessarily a natural weather phenomenon, more of a purposeful one. Okay. I come back. So there's probably some nasty business down that one. There's some kind of unnatural mist on the ground. That one circles around. Boats?
Are we not looking for nasty business?
We are. I was thinking maybe we just check this one before we head that way and make sure that there's nothing that's gonna bottle or pincer us in.
Sounds good to me.
Is that a bug joke?
It is now. Although I think it would have already come out if with the loud. Yeah. Anyway.
Can
We'll
I
go.
take a look at the floor to see, like, is there any, like, level of dust or anything, or is it still pretty clean down here?
On the floor where you're at,
Yeah, around in this area at the bottom of the stairs. Like, can you see any kind of footprints having disturbed dust that had been there a while, or is it pretty clear?
yeah, roll a survival check.
– 16.
16, not bad. You do see some footprints. You also see portions where it looks like footprints started to go one way, and then it looks like something smeared a portion of that footprint away. It's hard to tell what it was, but there's areas where the ground looks wet. But there's definitely been movement along this area.
the smeared prints, are they over closer to the water side?
Yes.
Okay.
Nina's gonna, almost unthinking about it, pull out that potion of water breathing that Liam gave her,
Yeah.
and just be like, it's now or never, because I think it lasts for an hour. Yeah. And she's just not liking this. So I'm gonna drink that so that I can breathe in water if I need to.
Okay. You down it. It's weirdly effervescent. You're not even sure if you've ever had an effervescent fluid before. It's pops in the mouth and the throat, and it just kind of bubbles all the way down, and it's refreshing, bland, but yeah. You feel like breathing is a bit easier, even in this dense kind of air.
Oh, that actually is surprisingly helpful. Okay. I do want to try to sneak up to this corner, though, and peer around it if I can.
Okay.
Sneakily, quietly.
Sneakily. Yeah, go ahead, roll a stealth check.
9.
9. You don't feel like you're being very quiet. Oh God. But yeah, you move forward.
Nothing happens? Okay.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
You peek around the corner and you see a big stone bench surrounded by dozens of humanoid skulls that stands against the northwest wall of this dank cavern. In the middle of the room, hot coals glow in a fire pit, while crude nests of moss and mud are heaped here and there, on which many lizard folk are spread about this room. You gather there are about 9.
Okay. I will try to
10.
sneak.
Sorry.
10. Okay. I'll try to sneak back if I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I whisper now, holding up my hands. 10 lizard folk. It's one of those break rooms. I don't know. There's some kind of, I don't want to call it an altar, but a decoration of human skulls in there. We could take them like we did, and I point up top to where the lizard folk were we dealt with pretty quickly were, or I can cave it in. But that's going to make a lot of noise too.
What do you think, Nathan?
Is there a reason to go through rather than around?
Meaning, like, why would we deal with them as opposed to go through the fog?
Well, I mean, is there a reason to go through them? Like, is there another door on the other side? Is there something?
I couldn't
Get
see
to,
the
or is
whole
it-
chamber. I just don't want them at our backs if we get into a pinch.
For sure. And yeah, I agree.
If we work together, we have been, we can try to take them out quickly.
All right, let's do it then. I'll let all you heavy hitters go first.
Tempo,
That means you get to hang out in the back with me, Parsoness.
But we have so much fun together. Nathan, roll me a D100.
Uh, 92.
Okay. Which way are you headed?
I think we're gonna go deal with the lizard folk.
Okay. Any specific plan, or are we just running in and firing away like with the bug?
Are they pretty spread out?
Yeah.
I've got something pretty big area I could drop to start with.
Okay.
Take them by surprise, and
Nobody has like a silence area or like a darkness or anything, do they?
I think we tried to figure that out, and we don't. Yeah.
We didn't have Parsoness before.
True.
No, I don't have darkness.
Alright, well, worth a shot.
It's good
I just
thought.
figure if we can make the area quiet before we blow it up.
well, shouldn't be loud. Mine at least.
So we can start with tempo, and then if you want to do like right after tempo, it's me or me, and kind of choose our order or kind of getting a hit on. Is that fine?
Well, I know Nina has the ability to not hit who she doesn't want to hit, so you guys are all lights upstairs, so I figure two you first, do your circle things, spread out, and then Nina can do the rest, I guess.
Yeah.
So start with tempo. Okay.
Alright. I'll start sneaking up around the corner. And I am trying to be sneaky so that I can get a glimpse of the room before I have to go guns blazing.
Okay. Go ahead. Let's do a group stealth check.
So, 18 that time.
16 from me.
Okay.
17 for me.
19 Parsons.
12 for me.
12. Ooh. 19 for both Parsoness and Chara. Okay. Yeah.
Our first successful stealth check.
I mean, yeah, glowing. You all hunker down when you decide on a plan, and we'll definitely get a surprise round. So, with that, go ahead, Tempo.
Alright, I'm gonna sneak around here as best I can to get a view of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Sickening Radiance.
Okay.
It goes in a 30-foot radius. So let me
Got it.
make a circle.
If Rowan wanted to jump around us too and head in there first, you can. I can't. Don't know if you were. Yeah.
I just can't see that far down the hallway. I was trying to get some view.
I might have 30.
30-foot radius. So how do I like make it really like be a thing?
So just hold it for me as 30 feet, and I'll make
Probably
this.
like something like that. Seems good.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I dart. I sneak around the corner, get a view of the room, and then mutter for a second, and then from the point in the in the center there by the fireplace, a dim, greenish, sickly light starts spreading rapidly around the to the radius here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you, as that light starts to spin and form and shoot, well, it doesn't shoot, it just kind of radiates out. You start to hear the surprised voices of these lizard folk speaking in Draconic, calling out warnings. And do they need to make a saving throw? Is it
They'll
like
be at the start of their
turn?
So
Okay.
this will sit there, and I will push me back up out of the way.
Okay. So let's go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay.
And then you all will get your surprise round.
And were the warnings in Draconic just like nothing special, just like general warnings? Just because I speak it. So if there was anything important, I would want to know.
So you probably would have heard one of them say, "Skish, what is this?" And the other one would stand and, "Back, Drexa, get back! Warn them! Intruders!" That's probably what you hear as you start to hear everyone else start to wake up and grab their weapons.
Got it.
I accidentally deleted my character token off the map.
Oh, awesome. Let me go back here. There you are. Copy. Man, this map's big. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Rowan, what'd you roll?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay.
I actually rolled a high number, so I was just like, confused.
Oops. Weird. Add turn. Do I have everyone on there? No. Oh, tempo. Sorry. Add turn.
That's how I accidentally deleted it. I was trying to put my initiative on. And I clicked the token.
You're okay. Actually, I want to do it like this. Oh, Chara.
Oh, so she doesn't get a surprise round.
I'm sure she has some kind of bonus, but I literally rolled a 1.
Yeah, and our initiative home rules, right, is if you roll
Yeah.
when you miss the first round, so.
Okay. So, for the surprise round, starting with Nathan.
Okay, and you didn't share anything they said, right, Dina?
I was going to on my turn, so I guess like while it's happening and all the shouting is happening, she says, they're warning someone, they're going to send someone. So that happens kind of simultaneously as you're trying to figure out what to do.
And I'm going to say, by the way, probably don't go into the light.
Poor Nathan.
Okay, so I'll use 20 feet to get to here.
Does the sickening radiance, does it cause obscurity?
Let me see. No. In fact, it's a dim light. It provides light.
A dim light.
Yeah, dim green light spreads around corners. No obscurity or anything.
Okay. So
I'm gonna say, yeah, Nathan comes pushing by you a little bit, Tempo, and you share the information about not going in. He just hard brakes and slides to a stop. So then what the hell am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Shoot them.
So you should be able now, since the radiance causes light, it should light up the room. So
It definitely did originally too, so I could see most of it. It's
Okay.
just, and
yeah.
if I move up this one square, am I in the circle?
Yep.
Okay. And this is all magic, correct?
This magic. It is impossible for creatures in the radius to benefit from invisibility. By the way.
You just see him like stop.
Oh wait,
and
no,
like,
that's only
squint.
if they take damage. That's
Okay.
only if they take damage from it.
He's trying to like look into the room, like the hell, and he just moves out of the way and waits. I guess that's gonna be his turn because my original plan was to rip through the room and get to whatever exits on the other side to stop whatever from leaving, but
Okay. Rowan.
I think this will still be good. This will still
Yeah.
do some
Oh, yeah,
damage.
yeah. no, I'm playing it like Nathan doesn't know magic, which he doesn't.
Yeah, I love it.
Right. Rowan will move forward. And I'm going to cast Bane at 4th level. So I can get 6 creatures. So I will start with the 6 closest to us. So, 4,
Okay.
5, yeah, the 6 that are all.
Clumped up. Does it just happen, or do they have to roll like?
So when they make no, they have to make a charisma saving throw. See if
Charisma?
that-
Okay. All 6 of those are lizard folks. So charisma. All right, starting from the upper left. What's the DC?
15.
No, they all failed. So negative D4.
So yeah, roll a d4 and subtract it for attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
I don't know if you have like a little marker to put on the 6 or not. Basically, I'll do that where I like step forward, bang those 6, and then I'm gonna take a step back. Like, okay, who's next?
Parsonus. Of course, it's someone I need to run. Layer. I need this to go to the back, and I want this guy. Yeah, he's gonna move up to here, see everything going on, and just he's gonna slide to the side and just say, "You all look like you have it under control."
Okay, it's just being slow.
Okay. Well, actually, he can. Yeah. Oh, sure. Actually, he doesn't have a real good view. He'll just kind of slip to the side. Tempo?
not what I wanted to do. Just trying to draw like some
She's
sight
sickening
lines.
radiance as us too. You question my spirits, bro?
I guess I'll first I'll just move to get a better view in the room. That might help. So like, I can't see any other quite exits here, do I? Does it look like this might be an exit up here?
No.
No, okay. But I can't see how the room continues like over to the right.
Probably not until you actually get into the room.
Yeah, which I would not like to do.
Why not?
That'd be funny. Don't go into the light and then you just walk into it.
Yeah, I might get radiation sickness. It might cause some long-term health effects. And this is a surprise round?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll just let loose some Eldritch Blast. One at each of these three folk. This one, and this one.
Okay. Starting with the bottom left.
Yep. So on the left, that's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
Second one is also a 21 to hit on the
That
middle
hits.
guy. And the third one's a 26 to hit. on the
Yep,
other
all
guy.
three.
Cool. So, and they'll each just get slammed back into the wall.
Into the wall.
Away from me.
Got it.
So 7 damage on the first, 11 on the second, and 7 on the third.
Doesn't your damage dice go up at a level with Warlock, or are you just doing the one dice for each?
It's just 1 dice for each, but I just get more hits at the higher levels.
Oh, okay.
What was the damage on the third?
7.
7? Okay. Just
And
quick
I'll-
3 blasts, and all 3 of these creatures just get blasted against the wall.
Then I'll back up, leaving a little space, and that's my go.
Nina.
What's the rule for moving in friendly character space?
You can move
Can I move through here?
through, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll use 15 feet to get up here then.
Rowan accidentally tripped you. Oops, sorry.
Sends you stumbling into the
Yeah.
into the
Into the
Into
The
light.
radiation.
No, not you.
You're so funny. Okay. I think I'm gonna try to draw some lines here because I still technically have like this one. I think would actually be behind that wall a little bit, but that one I can see. Okay, and I can't really see any of these over here. So I got like this half of the map. Okay. We'll go ahead and we'll do Scorching Ray again. I'm gonna do it at 3rd level to do 4 rays.
Okay.
That's crazy. Okay, so the first one is 13.
Who are you doing them at?
Sorry.
you're
This
okay.
one, this one, this one, and this one.
Okay, got it. Starting with the bottom one. 13, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Miss.
Okay, the next one is a 21.
That hits.
Okay, so it's going to take 8 fire damage,
Okay.
and then another 21. It takes 6 fire damage.
Okay.
That one.
Yep.
And then the last one was also another 21. I rolled
Okay.
3 11s.
Yeah.
Plus 10. And then the one up top here also takes 6 fire damage.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Anything
Yeah.
else?
Yeah, I will use another sorcery point to quicken firebolts. And yeah, that's a 29 to hit.
On which one?
I'm gonna go with the one that's like sitting over here on this
Pile.
throne of the throne of skulls or whatnot.
That hits.
All right. Where's my other? Here, we'll just use that. That's 3, 10, 16, 18 fire damage on that one.
Okay. 18 fire damage to who you know from having heard them talk. That is Drexa.
Okay.
And Skesh is the one just below them.
Okay. With that, I will follow suit and use the other half of my movement to fall back to where I was.
Okay. Chara will run up here, and she'll throw anyone know what her inspiration die is? Isn't it at 10 d10?
Yes.
Okay, she'll throw an inspiration die to you, Nathan, and move back. Top of the round. Before you go, Nathan, let me roll for these lizard folk. Oh, that's so bad. Okay. Top of the round, Nathan.
I think he kind of like leans back down the hallway and looks at Tempo and just, will it hurt me if I go in it or just if I stay in it?
If you go in it,
Just shoot him!
Nathan with all this sass
I
today.
know.
He's under a lot of stress, okay? Takes a lot of courage to die, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna sit back. He's gonna let whatever happen is about to happen.
Skesh.
So what is it they have to roll at the beginning of their turn?
it'll be a Constitution saving throw against a DC of 16, and the baned ones get a minus 1d4.
He failed.
What happens, Tempo? Tell us!
Well, anyone who fails is taking 4d10 radiant damage and
Oh.
will suffer a level of exhaustion, and they will start to emit from their own bodies a dim greenish light in a 5-foot radius, and making them impossible to benefit from invisibility.
Okay.
So they all get radiation sickness, is what happens. And take
That's hilarious and awesome.
Yeah.
23 damage and first level of exhaustion. They have disadvantage on ability checks.
They never get to the exhaustion point, as Skesh immediately starts gagging and brackish blood just starts coughing onto the ground, and you start to see this glowing start to come out of his mouth, and his eyes start to bleed like this greenish, nasty glowing stuff, and you just watch as his eyes roll and he just drops dead. That is his turn. Rowan.
I see that happen, and I'm like, I'm definitely not going into that like this. And with that in mind, having seen some of the ones that Nina has hit, I will look at the. Because you hit that one, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to toll the dead. So
Okay.
wisdom saving throw. Minus a d4.
They failed.
And it's already taken damage, so it's d12s.
Well, they've not taken damage.
From the ones I hit?
Yeah.
That one you missed.
Yeah, she missed the first one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's d8s.
Sorry, I couldn't even see which one you were pointing
Oh,
at.
no, you're okay. I know there's a lot in there.
Nope, you're good. D8. It's 3 d8. Need another d8. Sorry.
Right.
Ho 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 ho. 17 necrotic damage.
Oh. Yeah, this combined with this greenish light that's kind of starting, you're watching these pustules start to burst on it and this sickening stuff coming out. And on top of that, this like blackish necrosis just starts withering away at the skin. These poor guys.
Are we the villains?
Char's like at the back.
But...
Yeah, Char's at the back with like holding up pamphlets like excitedly, ready to hand them out, and then sees like this just horror show.
Literally, we just dropped an atomic like
Yeah.
bomb on them.
Anything else, Rowan?
That is it.
Tempo.
Again, goodness. Well, I guess. Oh. I guess I shoot the same 3 people I did before. This is the ones I get the best.
The top 3?
Yeah, because like I shouldn't really get a line of sight on these ones on the right.
Okay.
And yeah. Yep.
Go for it. Starting with the bottom left.
So that's a 21,
That hits.
20,
That hits.
and 22.
All hit.
That's a 12 damage on the first,
Okay.
5 damage on the second,
Okay.
7 damage on the third. And they again get knocked into the walls.
One of them can't handle it as the light was thinning, and as it gets smashed backwards into the wall, you just see a splatter of brackish black looking blood with glowing green within it. The body falls.
That's gonna go.
Parsonus looks in, sees everything happening, and you kind of see a look of concern cross his face as he looks briefly to Rowan. And then you just hear him mutter under his breath, I thought I was the fucking fiend. And he will cast Ray of Frost.
Yeah, are there like war crimes?
He'll cast it at that one. Range spell attack. Oh, that definitely hits. 14 cold damage. Atta boy. This guy literally got blasted back into the wall, and as he's still like against the wall, Parsonus comes around and shoots this ray of frost that like freezes him against the wall, and the ice just cracks at his chest into these like spikes, and they build out of one of his eyes and out of his mouth, and he dies. Parsonus just kind of gets a nod. Nina.
Gauging all these reactions and how it just feels like we're shooting fish in a barrel. Nina's gonna be like, I think that's covered. I'm gonna go watch the other side. And she's just gonna come down here and hold her action to firebolt anything that might come out of the water
Got
or
it.
surprise us from behind.
Okay. The lizard folk. All right, they all have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yes.
I'm gonna do a group one. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. All right. First one fails. Second one's a 20.
That succeeds.
There's a 21. The others fail. Okay. So two of them succeed.
So the successful ones are perfectly fine, except
Hold
unless
on.
they're baned.
Yeah, I forgot. Let me roll that.
Stuff, yeah.
So 17.
That passes. Yeah.
Okay, so then the other one. So two succeed.
Okay, so they're totally fine. And the others take, oh man, low rolls. 15, only 15 damage, 2 2s and a 1, and a
Okay.
10. But, so 15 damage and a level of exhaustion, which is just disadvantage on ability checks for now.
15. Exhausted. That one succeeds. The other two fail. 15 and 15. Okay. Exhausted. Just screams of pain, gurgling as this radiation poisoning just leaks out of them. Drexa. Con saving throw. Oh, buddy. He fails.
Do you want me to roll again?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is
That is 19.
19. And level of exhaustion. Okay. He... Whew. Oh, I forgot. They don't lose their turn. Actually, the others are too freaked out, so I'm just gonna do that. Betrexa. Oh, boy. No. He stands and runs. Level of exhaustion means they lose, I think, 5 feet of movement, so he only gets them there. Okay, that is his turn. Chara, she's not going to do anything. Nathan.
I don't see that one anymore. So that's kind of out of line of. Well, I don't know. You're called DM.
If you lean to the left, just go.
Right.
Can't you do like wanted style where you bend the bullets?
Yeah,
There's
you
a
just like
thought.
flick the gun as you do it.
My other thought is if my constitution's high enough, I'll be fine.
It's true.
Yeah, I would say it has half cover from you.
Okay.
If you want to move forward, you could get full
Maybe
full
also
sight.
cancer.
And maybe cancer.
Now I'll just take the shots from here.
Just
So-
Alex delivering that so quietly.
That was so brilliant.
He'll reach forward and pull life out and kind of like puts it in his left hand and leans out and just pulls the hammer back and lets loose a shot for I always forget it. 27.
Oh yeah, that
Or
hits.
plus 10s now. And then the second shot is a dirty 20.
Oh yeah, both hit.
Oh, that sucks. That's only 9. Yes, whiny baby.
Oh.
So 29 total damage.
You peek around and then almost just like with almost not even being able to see, you just kind of reach around and take 2 shots. Is that life or death?
Life.
Life.
So bludgeoning.
Yeah. You hear both shots hit and the thwack of it, and you hear a body fall.
He kind of leans back and they're running to the right. I think there's an exit. And he'll move out of the way, and that'll be his turn.
Oh. Rowan. Oh, real quick. Nathan, roll me another D100. D100.
Uh, 26.
Okay. Rowan.
I do not have many, like, hit more than one stealth. So I'm going to Sacred Flame this one because they don't get any benefit from cover.
Okay.
So that is a Dex saving throw.
Minus
Minus
4. 11.
Alright, fail. So, 15 radiant damage, yeah.
15.
Yes.
Whew. Okay.
I just keep doing like Nathan, like the pot shots where I just like step forward, I'm like, there you are. Poof, and
Yeah.
then back up.
They're glowing brightly green with radiant radiation, poisoning, and light, and all of a sudden, radiant light now bursts through it. These guys are just having the worst day of their life. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
In fact, like, as the radiation and the combination of the radiant light burst from it, shadows are permanently etched along the wall behind all of the lizard folks still standing and, like, writhing in pain. Tempo.
Guess pop in, review my handiwork.
Just a little cat paw. Mother, let me in. heard you're hunting fish in a barrel, mother.
Can I see these ones if I like lean forward over here and like get them with half cover, or
It'd
If
probably
I
be half
do
cover.
okay? Unlike these ones over around here.
Yeah, those you
They're-
couldn't see at all.
Which guys can I guess
You could see this first one and that one.
what was the second one? Like this one here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
that
just go
one,
for
that one, and this one you can barely see. Half cover, probably.
what was the third one?
Well, actually, this one you can see.
Okay. I guess I'll go. They're all running to the right. I'll just go. I'll start out shooting at the guy on the right that's closer to this exit.
Okay.
So that's a natural 1.
Okay.
So that'll miss. That's a 10 to hit, or 10 plus 8, so 18 to hit.
That hits.
So 9 damage on them.
Yeah. What are you hitting him with?
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast. You hit it, and just an explosion of radiation poisoning and body parts.
Alrighty, then I'll turn to this other one that I can see for a 13 to hit.
That misses.
Okie dokie. And step back. That's my go.
Okay. Parsonus. He's actually going to let that right. He's actually going to follow Nina out. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's going to get to there and just kind of come up behind you and just have your back. Nina.
Would I have heard Nathan say that they were going to the right, or whoever said that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he called it out. Yep.
Okay, I will. I don't want to actually use my action to cast message, so I just kind of holler back, probably only so that Parsonus and Chara can hear that I'm going to go around to try to catch them off. Like, I'm going to head this way. So they can let the others know so that they don't freak out. I will use my action to dash.
Okay.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
You're probably still flying, right?
No, I think it took us more than 10 minutes to like get down here and formulate a plan and everything, right?
Yeah, it'd probably be done by now.
Yeah. So that's 1, then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 will get me here.
Okay. Yeah, from there, Nina, you can barely see there is what looks to be a small opening right here in the rock wall.
And I'm keeping a wary eye on the river as well, but that would be my turn.
Okay. Is it another Constitution saving throw, or do they just take damage?
It's another Constitution saving throw.
1, 2.
They get their chance.
4 left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and then minus a d4 because 1 rolled. What's the DC?
16.
Oh, so only one of them. One of them succeeds.
Okay, so that one's perfectly fine. No issues. They tough it out.
Last one.
The others take 18 more radiant damage and get, if applicable, a second level of exhaustion, which would halve their speed.
You all just hear gurgling screams and the dropping of bodies. And you start to see this dark blood, like, mixed with this radiant, gross glowing, starting to like fill the bottom of the room. Okay. Last one. 10, 15, 20, 25. Gets to there. Chara is going to follow Parsonus. See, Nina has gone on. Parsonus warns her, so she will somewhat follow to try and keep an eye on Nina. Nathan.
Seeing that last one run out of my view to the right, I will drop Sickening Radiance.
Okay. The glowing light dissipates. As does your vision into the room, Nathan.
Go get him.
I was gonna say, honestly, I couldn't really see anyways that well, so. Magic is bright light for me. Okay, yeah. I see it drop and I kind of like look back at Tempo and it. All right. And I'll move into the room.
There is an awful smell. This does not smell like cooked fish or flesh. It smells like something fermented and chemical. It is not a good smell in this room.
Yeah. He comes in and I guess sees the path to the right leading out.
Yeah, you see the lizard man like running, gasping, falling along the walls, trying to get out.
So I will use his action to dash then, in that case.
Okay.
And then I will go for my full 80, so 45, 50, 50. So I can get to there.
Mm-hmm.
And since he's holding life in his left hand, he kind of throws it up, catches the front end, and just reels back and slams it into the back of his head for his bonus action.
Okay. Assuming not a kill shot, so go ahead and roll me have we done
That's
this before?
25 to hit.
Okay. That hits.
Okay. Damage on that. Okay. So I guess I have to roll the damage and we'll see if that's going to kill it or not.
Yeah, just do a bludgeoning, like unarmed bludgeoning with it.
Okay. So we'll call that 8 points of damage.
Okay. 8 points of damage. You hear the connection with the skull, hear a slight crack. The head bounces against the wall, eyes roll up, and he drops to the ground, unconscious.
Okay. So he hits, and essentially Nathan kind of steps back and was just, I wanted to talk to you. And as he takes that step back, the spirit of the creature actually gets pulled out of the body in front of Nathan. And he kind of looks at it. Where were you going? And, or sorry, wait, it's a yes or no question. Mm-hmm. What did he ask?
Is it yes or no questions?
Yeah.
Is that what I put on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes or no questions are hard.
Mm-hmm. You know
His
what?
immediate thought would just be to like this, and he would look at it and just, are you a spirit?
It looks down at itself, looks at its hands, and you hear it respond in Draconic. Actually, I need to look at that. And you know what? I don't like the yes or no question thing. I don't know why I did it like that. You can ask whatever you want.
I'll leave. It's surprising for him since it's not something he knows that's even ever happened. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
And then essentially, when it's done answering, the visage goes back into the body, and he's unconscious and stable instead of dead.
That's pretty fucking cool.
That'll bring us out of initiative. One last time, Nathan, roll me a D100.
Uh, 76.
I don't like it. Don't like it at all.
Yeah, now I'm concerned.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep running because I don't know that necessarily things stop, so I will get up to this small thing.
Yeah. Parsonus
squeeze
and
my way
Chara
in.
would follow you.
I think it'd be a moment or two for Nathan to kind of collect himself before he finally holsters life and grabs the thing and just drags it back into the other room with a lot of effort. I'll roll athletics.
Yeah, you hear footsteps coming up from in front of you.
Oh God, no. So you find Nathan struggling to pull this body.
As you hear footsteps approaching you from the darkness, and then Nina, Chara, and Parsonage show up. Oh, you got it.
Yep. Yep.
Sort of.
Trying to pull this thing.
Parsonus is like, excuse me, squeezes
Yeah.
past, and he's going to help you.
Right.
And you can go ahead and roll it with advantage now. Just because it's fun.
Yep. Parsons is doing all the work.
Okay. You all managed to get him dragged back into the other room.
While they're
I want to
doing
peek around this hallway. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tempo.
I just wanted to give a look over all these bodies equally, like with a morbid satisfaction. Equally with a morbid satisfaction as checking over to see if any of them appear to have anything notable on them, or if it's the standard fare, especially the named one or two.
Yeah, go ahead. Just roll me a investigation check.
Sure. I will guide myself. Phew. Not great. 11.
11. Okay. The obvious things you find are two wooden chests, which you are able to. They're not locked. You open them, and you find 2,300 copper pieces, 1,250 silver pieces, and 290 gold pieces. And that's all. Your attention is drawn immediately to the chests.
Cool. I would call that out. Piles of coins if your crab is up for that sort of thing.
Wait, it can't hold it. You want to put all of it in, or
Maybe just dump the chests in for now and count it out later.
1 copper, 2 copper.
All right, I'll add that to your crap here. But I can't add 650 plus 290. Nice. Whoops. Okay.
Nina is, while they're lugging the lizard folk back down, slowly eking her way, pressed against this wall, trying to see where things go next up here.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check.
Oh, okay. 21.
21. You see another shadow move within the water. This time right around there. Around the corner, down the hall, around this way, you see up that set of stairs you would be able to see straight in. So you see a forest of weird fungal growth that infests that cavern. Giant toadstools and puffballs stand in and among shallow pools of water. And atop the ledges along the walls. The walls are covered by huge growths of shelf fungi, and water drips constantly from above. And along this area, you see where the water drops into this waterfall. It's a lot of mist coming up, and it sounds like it drops far below.
Okay.
And you see a set of stairs here that lead down.
Okay. Yeah, I will slowly, quietly work my way back and head in to check in with the group. Okay, so the way they were running is where the waterfall goes. There's a couple of sets of stairs, a weird room full of really gross fungus. There's definitely something lurking in the water, but I couldn't see where the other stair set goes. So we've got fog, fungi, unknown stairs now. But they were going that way.
Do you think to communicate with what's ever in the water, or?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
Like, how big was this that you saw in the water? Like, that dragon turtle size, or smaller?
Smaller, right? More like the water weirds or whatever it was that we saw.
Large, but not anything like the
huge.
dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking more sharks, not dragons. Mother!
I've been gone for work all week, so you're upset that you're home and you're not cuddling us.
Yeah.
Or we can take a breather. I mean, nothing's come up yet that we haven't started. And I kind of look around at the carnage that Tempo wrought.
It is
Good,
carnage for sure.
That was kind of crazy, but impressive. And I'm not gonna lie, that was a little scary, Tempo.
Yeah, I agree.
You all just see this one lone lizard folk lying on the ground, unconscious and just breathing, but it's like a haggard breath. Like you can hear there is deep damage done to this creature.
Well, this one's still... Its heart's still beating.
If we wake it up, I can talk to him. But they haven't been cooperative so far, so...
It's always worth a try, I guess. I mean, it was trying to escape to go to something. I guess you can try to force it to tell you what it was reaching for. If not, we'll just say that that cloud can happen again.
Yeah. All right. Nina kind of gets down in front of it.
Nathan will like put his hand on top of its head and sit it up, and he'll use 1 point from his lay on hands to bring it to consciousness.
The eyes, one of them peels open. The other one, you notice, looks like the radiation has completely just destroyed it, and it's actually leaking. But one of the eyes peels open, and it just looks at you barely. You can tell it's struggling.
I know you're tired. We'll let you sleep. Where were you running to?
Plunging torrent.
Plunging torrent? Is that the waterfall or what's in the waterfall?
Below.
Is Gar down there?
Yes.
What else?
He smiles.
What else?
Hydra. Gar will call Hydra.
Yeah. I communicate this back to the others. Plunging Torn is what's below. Gar's down there. We'll probably get his storm again. Anything else we want to know? Oh, are the other cults working here? Are they down there?
Each to their own.
Okay.
You think you could stop it?
Nathan just lets go of its head and lets it fall backwards into the concrete.
It falls back, coughs up some irradiated looking blood. Good luck.
Why does everything talk tough when it's dying?
Yeah, she just says you two and draconic and then just like flaming fists its face in to just put it out of its misery.
Never felt so bad for what I've done in a D&D combat.
Oh, yeah.
We've all been there. We've all committed war crimes in this group, so...
Yeah, DM is here to make everyone feel bad. Okay.
Do we... I think we need to go down. I don't know what that mist is necessarily, but I suspect our aim is down, regardless. That's the heart of it. So, do we want to pause a moment, catch our breath? I know none of us took anything in that fight, but there's things we get, yeah?
I mean, it never hurts to get rest when you can, I guess. I feel like that's been our struggle in the past, but
But it's also a measure of time.
I know.
Your call. I'll make
My
do.
fault.
You're the one with the vision.
I'm good.
Tempo, you're the one that's been using a lot of spell stuff. Does short rest benefit you?
It would help, but I'm still pretty strong.
Let's move forward then.
I have 2/3 of my ability.
Nice.
Nathan, roll me a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Can anyone
do it.
give him the help action?
I think he's beyond that.
No, because he doesn't necessarily know what he's looking for.
No worries. I'm just teasing.
No, he literally has no idea what he's looking for.
What do you roll?
So that's a 3 total.
Okay.
What? I don't understand.
Well, it's a bit now. He rolled so badly the first couple of times that he did that he's now just self-imposing disadvantage to call it a character flaw.
Still, you'd think at this point, out of how many times you've rolled, it would be more than
I
10.
shits and giggled rolled the perception check earlier that Nina made because I thought for the doorway because I thought it was going to be for both of us, and I got 2 1s.
Okay. Yeah. Do you guys want to take a quick, let's take a quick, because it's not going to happen. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. Sound good?
What's not gonna happen? Yes, no, that's fine. We can take a 10-minute break. Just didn't like how you said
mechanics
that.
question for you too.
Huh?
I do have a question, like a mechanics question for you too as well. So
Okay.
take a break and I can ask you when we get back.
Okay. Sounds good. You all are deciding whether or not you want to take a short rest or...
I think we decided no.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
You all are going to move on. Which way do you want to go? Roll me, Nina, roll me, insight.
15?
15. So, retroactively, inciting this lizard man before he
Oh, yes. Thank you.
horribly died. When he spoke of Olhydra and Gar, you gathered it was in the way of draconic speech and the way it translates more into Olhydra was coming and Gar was going to bring her forth. And you gathered this was in the process.
And we know that Bug Creature had said Olhydra has begun the countdown.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel any better. Yeah, I think obviously I would communicate that. Like, I think our clock is ticking fast. I think we need to move as quickly as possible and just be prepared to fight something bigger than Gar.
All right, well, let's get a move on.
Above the table, I'm still looking pretty, like, I still have some temp HP, or you know what I mean, that aid max HP, so I'm not even dropped below my normal yet, so...
I'm just below the temp HP stuff, so I'm still okay. And I still have spell slots because I've been using cantrips.
Nice.
Yeah, I took like one small hit and have 2 of my 3 spells. I would get back like the one spell, the ability to see through walls, and like one little like feature, but not really impactful. I don't think worth spending an hour.
Cool.
Yeah, and I'm good.
Yeah. All right, so I think Nina starts leading them all back, probably through this tiny
Crevice.
space. Yeah, just so we can avoid more of the water and just try to head this way.
Okay.
Hi, Maisie.
Yeah,
What
Nathan
can I-
would be coming up to catch up, and he just pulls out like a piece of dried meat and quickly eats it, and then grabs his water canteen, pops it open, and takes a swig.
Of the water from the from the
You-
gargoyle.
Not thinking about it.
Take a swig of the water. Yeah, and you feel a restorative property. Oh, haha, you gain 10 hit points back if you had lost any. On top of that, you gain the benefits of a long rest. You feel very fucking refreshed.
He just like stops for a second, looks at it. A weird day, caps it, and just parks it back.
You motherfucker.
He'll share it in the most dire of times. I have faith.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone follows you out, Nina. I assume? Everyone? Good? Okay.
Yes.
No, I don't trust Nina.
Okay.
No.
That's fair.
You
here.
tricked me.
I will move all of you.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just going to move you out to here.
I do really quick want to kind of peer into this fungal room.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone ever seen anything like this shit before? Does it look like Eunice's cave?
Ooh. Roll me a nature check.
That's a 15.
Okay.
I got a +0.
This doesn't feel like Eunice's cavern. What you get a sense here as your eyes gleam over the fungus, this feels like a conjoining, a meeting point of, it's weird. You, Nina, especially, looking at this, you feel that wound that you took when you drew the symbol of Tharizdun. And as you focus on this room, you start to see it separate a bit, and you see a conglomeration, a joining, a meeting point, influences of elemental earth and elemental water meeting in this cavern, producing this muddy bog crowded with these enormous fungi.
All Liza can picture is, did you guys have to deal with the little dude who got himself stuck in the mushrooms that blow up in Baldur's Gate? It starts with a B. Yeah. That's all I can think of right now. Okay, I don't think I want to do anything about that. I mean, that seems like a later problem. Yeah. So I will guess keep going this way.
Okay. You all start your way down this long stairwell that weaves down. It is a curvy passageway. There is no railway, and it is a drop where this water is plunging downward. At one point, you weave to the right beneath this waterfall that plunges into a pool, moves forward, plunges down further into a bigger waterfall, and you go under it. The air down here becomes thick, even thicker, and humid. And you pass through moments of almost chilled and warmth, but thick with humidity in the air. I'm so happy, you guys.
We made it here. 4 years later.
Hold on.
Did you think we would do it? Did you think we would get this far?
I thought you were going elsewhere this episode because I never guess right. Ever. Ever.
I mean, I think we're bound to end up heading there next, but we came here for a reason, so.
I gotta grab all of you. I only grabbed one of you.
Gotta keep you on your toes. You think you know us after 4 years?
Yeah. I don't. I suck at this, guys.
I also suck at anticipating my player's next move. That's why I always prepare like 5 different pathways forward. It'll be one of these, I swear. It never is. It's always the secret 6th one.
Okay.
Oh, music noise change. Catching dragons. Didn't like that loading screen, roll 20, thanks. But no thanks.
You all travel down a staircase. And just so you don't have to find it, there we go.
Oh, I'm so glad I can breathe underwater. You guys hear Nina say.
Firelight shines from a large cavern ahead. The stream opens into a large underground lake. To the right, What the fuck? This isn't what I'm supposed to be on. That's the wrong thing! Hold on! There it is. Sorry. A loud waterfall pours into this mossy cavern. Wet stairs hug the western walls. Your feet. You slip. Climbing higher than the waterfall and descending into the water-filled basin below. Where stairs meet the water surface, an iron post juts at an angle and a flat board is tied to it. Tunnels to the northeast and northwest channel the water from the pool. Above the pool, a 7-foot diameter globe of water hovers in midair. Roll me a perception check, all of you.
12.
Okay.
22.
Okay.
I kid you not, on the dice, a 1 and a 2. Like, no
You're
joke.
the worst!
I mean,
The worst perception.
5 for me, so.
Okay. Nathan and Rowan fail. Tempo and Nina, you notice a water symbol engraved above this northeast passageway. And it looks very much like the symbol of the cult of the crushing wave.
Shit, do you think there was supposed to be another password, or do we just need to make the sign again? Guess we'll find out.
Find out, yeah.
I'm gonna slowly descend a little bit more. Still kind of hanging back, hugging the canyon wall as opposed to being close to the waterfall.
Yeah. I would like all of you to roll me let's do just dexterity saving throws.
Ay. 7.
Okay?
Slick ass steps, aren't they?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Why, yes.
You too.
9.
Okay.
Also a nat 20, actually, for 25.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay.
Tempo and Nina fall on their ass.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should do them as well. Dexterity. Okay. Parsoness passes. And Chara. Oh, yeah, she passes. Nina and Tempo, as you are walking down, your feet absolutely slip out from underneath you. Let's see. Each of you roll me a d20.
What would you like me to roll to catch Nina?
I'm gonna get to that.
19 on the d20.
Okay.
5 for me.
Okay. Very fitting. As Nina, you slip and start to fall. Nathan hunkers down, ever present and ever watchful. Sees you go, reaches out and grasps you. Tempo, you slip and you get to the edge. I will allow Rowan, since Nathan, you're currently occupied with Nina, if you would like to try and make a grab for her.
Oh yeah, I would.
Roll me a... You can do acrobatics or athletics.
Okay. Five.
Which did you do? Actually, it doesn't matter. You go to grab for her, and she slips right out from under you. Tempo, you do slide off of the stairwell. All of you hear... Oh, that's so perfectly timed. You hear a sploosh and a splash as Tempo disappears into this water.
We, I don't think we freeze up like that. But
Yeah, Parsons is just like, shit.
does anyone know if she can swim?
Let's see.
If not, I will cast fly on myself and go down and get you.
How am I? In theory, I can swim in normal water.
Uh-huh.
There's a waterfall coming down here, so
Yeah.
what's the current like? Am I getting dragged under?
So I want you to roll me a athletics check with disadvantage.
Cool. Athletics. That's cocked. So that's a 16 on the dice on the first one, and a 2 on the dice on the second one. So -1 for a 1. I don't think I can do much about that.
Okay.
So I won't even try.
With that low of a roll, I am not even going to ask for a Constitution saving throw. As this water hits your small form and plunges against you, throwing you against the base of this rocky basin, you will take... Uh, 10 bludgeoning damage.
Cool.
And I think, not seeing her pop up, I immediately turn to Nathan and say, I got this. I've got Liam's potion, and I will cast fly on myself and just jump in, using the momentum of the spell to pick her up, because I can breathe underwater. So going to find her, I can see in the dark, breathe underwater, and then I'm going to fly out with her.
Okay. Yeah, you plop under the water. I believe, yeah, It's pretty dark in here. You do have dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
This is a different kind of darkness. Oh, that's so weird. I don't know if there's any rules with like.
I mean, I can prestidigitate and everything like that, and we've always ruled it that
Beautiful.
my fire is arcane, so it can go underwater, so I can give myself light down there.
Beautiful. Okay. Then with that, you are able to grasp Tempo, drag her back up.
Okay.
Because of the plunging torrents, I do want you to make an
Sure.
athletics check.
Sure. Oh, yeah, natural 19 plus 1, so a dirty 20.
You grasp at Tempo. Tempo wraps around you as well, and together the two of you fly up and out, up onto the edge of the stairs here.
Gasping and sputtering.
Yeah, and I think Nina is like barely under control, like barely managing to get her fear. The only thing that saved her was that potion of water breathing. That's the only thing that made her. But I think she's just like saving a kid in a well, just like saving a kid in a well. Thinking back to Torrents and Waterdeep.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of such dumb. Sorry, not that you're a kid. It's just what I have to tell myself.
Thanks.
You okay?
Yeah, just a bit spooked. That's not fun.
Does it look like we disturbed anything else in the water?
Roll a perception check.
Ugh, 10.
This water is moving quickly and fast. The waterfall itself is creating a lot of bubbles and movement and shadows. It's hard to determine.
Okay. And this is a little like boat that we can get
You
into?
see a little boat down there.
Okay. If you guys get in, I can probably well, I can fly ahead and scout real quick. I've got 10 minutes. If you guys want me to test anything, or do you want to stick together?
I'll leave that up to you. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. If you feel okay with doing it, and
Well, we'll stick together.
This little boat is called a punt. It's a long, flat-bottomed boat equipped with a pole for navigation through the water. And it can accommodate up to, you gather, about 7 medium creatures.
Thank God.
in the crab of holy, let's go.
Yeah.
Parsons, sorry, you gotta head
we-
back.
we don't have rope trick this time. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think we'd get on the boat, pole ourselves along.
Is it really dark down here? Technically,
Actually, this area is dimly illuminated by blue and green that glows, blue and green glows that radiate from the water. So,
Bioluminescent type stuff, yeah.
okay. If we get to a part that causes us to be in darkness, I do have the ability to use lights. We used on the bottom of the boat before.
Yeah, let's not make ourselves any more of a beacon right now, but as if we need it, that's great.
Yeah.
Let me add some light to this because it is offering some, so Nathan shouldn't be completely blind here. There.
Nina also said, man, kind of wish I hadn't have passed on that nap now. Bug gets in the boat.
Also, above the pool, you see a 7-foot diameter globe of water that hovers midair as you all file into this
Oh,
boat.
that's right. I forgot you'd mentioned that.
Yeah. I did too.
It's hilarious. That little boat they made so freaking small.
That fits 7 people.
I know, right?
Okay, where sorry, did you say the globe is?
Right about here.
Okay. Does it seem to be interested in our presence? Is it like moving, rotating? Is it just static?
It's stationary,
Okay.
just hovering.
Do we do anything about that?
Like what?
I don't know. Hit it, see if anything happens. Leave it
Try.
alone.
What's the point to hit things?
Hey, Parsons, you want to freeze it?
That's an idea.
Yeah.
Oh, you're serious. All right. Sure. He will cast. You watch as he reaches out towards it, and you see these little pieces of frost start to spread along his arm, and just this dull mist kind of cascade from his hand. And you watch those same frost start to form and spread along this hovering ball. And it turns, the outside turns into an ice. Alright.
Well, hopefully if it was scrying or anything, that saves something. Oh, I want to hit it. Liza does, not Nina.
I know, especially with the frozen.
Yeah.
smash it. Just you said the outer layer was frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't quite freeze all the way through.
Do we have someone?
I was hoping it would fall into the fuck.
Yeah, it continues to hover.
I can fly up still. I've got fly. If I get closer to it, does it do anything? I want to try and scope it out.
No, it just hovers there. You
If
see
I-
those
Not necessarily.
tendrils of the frostbite just continuing to spread within itself, the crystallization continuing.
If I press to digitate again, a little gust of wind, does it move? Just a soft breeze.
No.
Okay.
It's like the chair in the middle of the room. Stop it, Nina. Stop it. Don't touch it.
What are we missing? What is important about this?
What did it look like again, exactly?
It's about a 7-foot globe of water. It's only floating about, it's only floating about a foot above the water level.
But it looks like a water vendor that's inside of a globe.
Well,
thing.
now it looks like a globe of ice with water still flowing within it.
I do have a hand axe I can give you to like throw at it. We don't have anyone that has arrows, do we? You can shoot things,
I
Nathan.
can, yeah, and I can shoot Eldritch Force blasts. We can shoot things.
Can we
7
come back
foot
to the
is
boat?
big.
Yeah. It's really big and really low over the water.
Does it? And it doesn't seem like a creature. It just seems like moving water, right? There's no sentience, no like what am I trying to say? Like bestial movement to it. It just seems like flowing water.
Roll a nature check. Anyone who's wanting to.
Oh, that's so bad. That's a 2.
I'll guide myself. and look at
Actually,
it
I'm going to use my
intently.
inspiration because I really want to know what the fuck this thing is. That's no better. That's an 8.
That's a. That's an 18. Is that a failure? If so, I'll use a talisman.
No, it is not a failure.
Okay.
Tempo. You've never seen anything like this before. But you have heard of something like this. This watery globe. You remember someone telling you about it at one point in your life. A globe. Magic. It can't be destroyed except one thing can destroy it. And one thing only. And if it is destroyed, another rises out of the water to take its place. This globe transports anyone that touches it somewhere else. We don't know where.
As Nina's about to like.
Yeah.
Stop touching things!
Don't touch it.
Okay.
My grandfather traveled widely in his youth, and it didn't occur to me now, but this is similar to something he told me about. He was traveling and he found a globe of water like this that couldn't be destroyed, but it took you somewhere. That's what he said, at least.
Okay,
Anyone
so
who touches
it's not gonna attack us.
No, if it's the same thing.
I will fly back and land next to everybody. Well, that's better than it being something that was gonna come at us from our backs.
That's important.
I was honestly going back to my Legend of Zelda days, like, does this control the water level?
Yeah. That's a good thought. And I was sitting here thinking, I was like, is this another orb of power that's just been like, that's just like waiting to be unleashed? So we don't touch it. We keep going. And maybe we can ask where it goes if we manage to get anyone to talk. Yes?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stop touching things.
Okay. So you all pile into the boat.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
The boat. We have to hover above it.
All right. I'm gonna.
Get us all on there, DM.
Okay. Yeah. You all somehow manage your way in there, and you unlatch it from the mooring.
Are there oars on it? Or was this the one that you said that was attached?
There is a
Pole, right?
a pole that you can use to propel the punt. Punt? I've never heard that term before. You can propel it 10 feet forward.
But it's like pushing off the.
Yeah, basically, you're pushing off like the ground.
Gondola. Whatever.
Yeah, like a gondola.
That's not what the word is. What's the word I'm trying to think of?
It is like you're thinking like the boats that they push through the Spains and Venice,
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was right. Yeah. For some, I was like, that doesn't sound right, but it is.
Yeah, these ones are a little bit longer and a lot less ornate, I think. I just posted an image of them. And
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Does Parsnips have shape water?
He
Out of sheer curiosity.
does not.
Okay.
What good is he get rid of them?
I can still fly for a little bit longer, and I can pull us along and move just a little bit faster for at least a couple of minutes, at least. Like, even if it's at half speed, 30 feet around is better than 10 feet around, right? So,
You just really want to use fly.
I used a 4th level spell to do it, so yep.
All right. Nina, you are floating above the rest of your party in the boat. And which way would you like to push yourself?
This one was the one that had the shape, right? The water symbol.
Yes.
Can I
Where exactly
tell
is the
everyone?
globe?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
What was that?
Here's where exactly is the globe? Is it like in our path from the boat? or-
It is right about
Oh.
here.
Okay, thanks.
hmm
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No,
no, you're good.
okay. I would just tell everyone that we should maybe make the sign of the water symbol just in case, like we did with the earth symbol. And I would show Tempo what that symbol is just in case. Well, it's the one right there
Okay.
on the wall.
What do you mean make it? Just like
Like with your fingers. Liza doesn't remember
Fingers.
which one it is, but yeah.
So. Oh. I wonder if I have it. It's essentially a flat line with an X. So, like this, kind of,
Yeah.
is how you would do it with your fingers.
Hopefully we didn't just make some gang symbol on the internet. It's fine.
Sorry. Okay. Just so I know, what is the seating order in this boat?
Why does it matter? It's just a boat.
Because it does. Who's at the front and at the back?
I would say probably Rowan's in the back because of her knowledge of fishing.
Okay.
Like control of boats.
Okay.
In fact, I think I actually have an ability to, like, with
Let you use vehicles or water vehicles or whatever.
maybe.
Your background probably.
Yeah, vehicle. But they're from land. But technically, by my fishing background, I am.
Nina's at the front flying, obviously, and then
Mhm.
she'll just sit down in the front of the boat. But
I think Parsonus would kind of shimmy, step over Nathan and Tempo and excuse me. Sorry. Frost fingers to the front.
Yeah, I can fill in anywhere, really.
Okay. So
Yeah, Nathan's not too important where he's sitting, but he does have his eyes closed and he's kind of sensing the 10-foot area around him, including what's in the water.
all right. So you all push off, heading towards the area with the symbol.
I think so.
Okay. As Rowan uses the punt, I assume, are you the one using it?
Yeah, I'll use
Okay.
it.
At the back of the boat, using it to push off, getting the boat to move forward. Her fisherman skills coming in very handy in this moment. You come to the passage with the symbol above it. And you see that triangle crossing over. Nina, you're the first to pass under. What do you do?
Remind me, did Chara have to say anything, or did she coach us in saying anything when we did the Black Earth, or was it just the symbol?
She did say something.
Well, now you're gonna make me look at my notes, so it'll take time. Give me a sec.
I would say roll me a history check if you would prefer, or you can look in your notes, whatever you prefer.
History's a 12.
Okay.
Oh, I served the Cult of the Black Earth. I found it, but I rolled 2, so we'll go with my
That's
roll.
okay. You can. So you do recall it, what she said.
So Nina says that as she makes it, but it's I served the Cult of the Crushing Wave.
In common.
Oh, I say it in Primordial, but I don't have Aquan specifically, so I don't know if that's going to be close enough or not.
The rest of you hear Nina say these words as she passes under. Parsonus makes the symbol, hears the words, he's not into it at all, and he just says nothing. Tempo, what do you do as you pass under?
I'll try and mimic the sounds I heard Nina say as I make the
Okay.
thing.
I would say make it a performance check.
Sure. That is a big 8.
Okay. It comes out quite garbled. Next would be Nathan and Chara.
Nathan would just make the symbol because he has no idea what was said.
All right. Chara is definitely going to attempt making the symbol. She rolled a natural fucking 20.
Her
On her
inflection
performance
is
check.
perfect. She has
She
no notes.
does it perfectly. Not only does she do it perfectly, but she also adds some flair to it. And Nina, the portions of the Aquan that you aren't quite sure of almost seem to click and fall into place as you're like, oh, that's okay. You just get the sense of this primordial language flowing into something more cohesive as Chara just almost like sings songs, repeats what you do, but with just this beautiful Chara flair. Rowan.
Okay.
What do
Since
you do
Nina's
as you
still
pass
calling-
under the symbol?
Yeah, Nina's still kind of pulling us a little bit. I'll like do a quick push with the pole, then quickly put it down, make the symbol, and then try to copy Ara and Nina. I can do like
Roll me a performance check.
12.
You are able to, the symbol, easy. You are able to speak and repeat most of what Nina says, but as Chara is speaking it so eloquently, you're almost so enamored by what she's doing that you almost kind of stumble and lose your verbal portion of it. It's not terrible. It's decent. As you all pass under the symbol, the rocky cavern passing over. As the flow of the water begins to take you somewhat, and then slows. As Rowan, you... Oh no, let's not do that. Push your party forward in the boat.
I also think that was really fun because I'm pretty sure Chara just had to say it in common and I was just for shits and giggles doing it in primordial.
Okay. As you weave your way through this bend of tightly knit water, underground water river, the ceilings are about 10 feet above the water. So enough room for you to stand up in the boat, but it's still a little closed in. And there's the sound of water all around you, echoing off the walls. The air is humid. And you move towards a open area. Rowan, you feel the current pushing down south. There is a slight bend off to your left where you see you could squeeze through and head back north. Straight ahead, south, you see what looks like rising mist. And the water seems to sound louder as the boat is pulled towards the south.
Nina's still kind of the dragoness, right?
I think my fly would be pretty close to being done. So with the last couple of feet, I'd probably just hover up and be like, oh, we got a drop coming up. And then kind of buckle down into the boat.
The bolt naturally pulls towards the south.
I'm gonna try to do a really hard push, like directly east.
Yeah. Make me
Grab-
a athletics check.
I would like to guide her as I see this
Excellent.
happening.
Is that D4?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh, 14.
14. Tempo, how do you guide? How do you
Why did
feel
you just
this
cast
works?
guidance? It is the spirit. Yeah, I'll put a hand on her, and the spirits really just kind of help direct and help push the rod with a little more forcefully, a little more
Yeah.
precisely.
You push down with the punt, and you feel it starting to slip and drag along the bottom, and then you see Tempo reach back between the legs of Chara and Nathan and just touch your ankle, Rowan. And you feel your hands tighten on the punt, and you feel it catch into the ground as there is almost like a slight glowing along it now. And you push, lift and push, perfectly finding these little ruts in the ground beneath, and are able to steer your little boat up this little path, breaking free of the downward current. As you come into this other cavern area, a ribbon of dry land hugs the walls of this cavern, the walls of which are covered with chalk scrawled symbols of elemental water. In the center of the cavern, a wrought iron cage dangles from a rope lashed to a stalactite. 3/4 of the cage hangs submerged in the pool that fills the middle of the cavern. A dozen humanoids pack the cage. Elemental water symbol raised in a scar on every brow of these humanoids. Tired hands grasp at the bars as the captives struggle to press their mouths above the waters. And among the mass of wrestling forms, some lie still, floating face down inside the cage.
It's like the people we saw lashed to the pillars in the earth, or the air cult, right? They were saying all they needed was air to live on. These are just cultists. That's the vibe we get, right? These are not captive people being, like, tortured by the cultists. These are cultists who probably
Roll me insight check.
giving into their dogma of some kind. 18.
This feels very familiar. Nina nailed it. You see weak, disobedient cultists inside this cage in a ritual meant to strengthen them. 8 cultists, 4 of which 4 others you see drowned and floating. The remaining 8 struggling to breathe and stay alive.
I kind of look at Chara. They didn't really care for our help with the Reese's kind, but do you want to give Yala a shot?
Every believer counts. And she climbs over you, Nathan and Rowan, and jumps onto the side. And she holds out one of her notes. Part 1 of the harvest note, unfurls it and holds it open. And she calls out to them. Cultists of the crushing wave. You don't have to do this. Your goddess, Hydra, has abandoned you. Look at the drowned corpses around you. But there is hope. And it's all written here in perfect scrawled pictures. Reading from left to right, you start at the top and move slowly down to the bottom. And it details out the life of Yala. This is only part 1, but she can save you. Oxygen is free. You shouldn't have to struggle for it. Yala's willing to save you if you wish. And she will roll a performance check. Actually, I don't want to do it. Someone else roll me a d20.
I will, because that was my idea to make her do this.
And I'm pretty sure she has a 20.
Like a plus 10 or
so
something.
it'd probably be...
Oh no. It's not a nat 1, but it's not much better. I rolled a 2.
Okay. So... Nathan, roll me a d8.
It'd be a 4.
4 of these cultists struggling for breath, hands gripped into the bars, lips pressed up in between, their eyes zeroed in on Chara. They move closer. Does Yala... she offer power? Does she punish her followers if we're weak? And one of the cultists at the back reaches forward, grasps the collar of that individual, drags them underneath and pulls them back up. You're weak for a reason, and pushes them back down under the water. Anyone do anything immediately?
I mean, I got nothing. I can't get over there quickly. How deep is this water? It's pretty deep. They're
The
drowning,
water
so-
throughout is about 20 feet deep.
Yeah,
This
so I can't walk in it.
cage is 3/4 submerged. The cultist holds them under with one hand, and you see another one let go of the bars from behind and pushes down on top of them. The other three that were enraptured with Chara cry out and grip the bars tightly as the other four behind them grasp at them and start to pull them under.
Nina wants to save them, but I literally have nothing I can do.
Everything I could do would hurt both sides.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Two of
Is there-
them also get dragged under. What was that, Ron?
If I take a quick look in this little area, is there anything that stands out that makes any significance of this cage being in this spot? More things on the walls or something in the water itself? Why
Honestly,
this spot?
from what you see before you, this, and hearing what Nina mentioned about this being very similar to like the air cult and their tests of strength versus weakness, their tests of faith. This cavern seems so empty to you, Rowan. Pointless. Filled with suffering. Other than that, you don't get a sense of anything more nefarious.
Well, yeah, and remembering based on Nina's comments, and at first she had a pull to want to help because of seeing anyone suffering, but then seeing that it's their own desire to test their fate, regardless of how I may feel, that's their faith to follow. So he's not going to try and do anything.
All of you watch as the remaining four drag the four that reached for hope and shove them under the water.
Because we don't see a lock, right? There's nothing that we can see door-wise to this cage.
There is a door at the top.
Okay,
Is
so it's like a
the
hatch
cage
at the top.
hanging from the roof.
Yep. Dangles from a rope that is lashed
Does it-
to a stalactite. I'm gonna roll something real quick.
Because I could Misty step over there and try to like break the lock.
Parsonus, seeing Chara and watching her extend, it is so back-ass words that the chaos creature amidst your group is reaching out. And Parsonus sees as Chara watches those that reached for hope be dragged under, a dimming in her eyes. And immediately you all feel the boat tips a bit as Parsonus leaps out and moves towards her, reaches up and grasps the pamphlet in her arm, pulls it down, and just pulls her close. And you don't hear what he says to her, but you just see him whispering.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Nina says, God damn it, I'm really gonna need a fucking nap. I'm gonna Misty step to the top of this cage. And I will firebolt the lock at this close range, essentially, but I'm gonna try to break the lock, assuming that there is one on the top of this cage, to get it open. So I'll do it at disadvantage because it's close range. Oh, that's still a 15.
A 15 hits. Roll me damage.
Uh, 22 fire damage.
You blast the lock. The metal shatters. And the door at the top just completely is thrown backwards. The entire cage shifts a bit, dragged by the water.
And I'm gonna reach in and try to grab one of the people who was looking for Chara and just like try to pull them out.
They are all pushed under the water, so you will be reaching amidst 4 that are shoving others beneath. Do you still want to?
In that case, I will cast Burning Hands, but I will careful spell it so that it does not hit the other people who are underwater. So the 4 who are being malicious will have to make a dexterity saving throw of 18.
All right. Fail. 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 Success.
I didn't roll well. I rolled 2 2s and 2 1s. So it's 5 plus 5, so 10 fire damage total, but maybe it's enough to at least shock them off out of holding these people under.
You unleash fire into this cage. It spreads and curls up and around, encapsulating everyone within it. Those who believe they have strength and right. Their skin boiling, the water around them, the humidity turning to steam that burns them further, and you hear them cry out and scream in pain. They pull back, and Rowan, roll me a d4.
One.
Three of the cultists that were pushed under pop back up, gasping for air, gripping onto the bars. One does not. And it is a long second before you just see the tips of the hair matted against the head. The head just bobbing.
I think Nina starts to try to help them up on top of the cage, but as she does so, she's like, Yala doesn't offer power in the same way, but she doesn't punish those who are weak. Life doesn't punish those who are weak. It punishes those who are cruel. And she will stare down any of the others who try to, like, drown them and make sure they do not crawl out. She's just letting the three.
Sorry, how far is the cage from the shore? Like, this distance here?
So from
feet? 10
Parsoness?
feet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About 15 feet from Parsoness. From you, it's about 20 feet.
No, I'd like to jump off the boat and make that jump.
Okay.
What would you like me to roll?
You guys are along the edge. You easily can get to the shore.
I meant from the shore to the cage.
Oh. Whoa. Okay, that I believe is in athletics. I believe that is a long jump. 10 feet, jump the number of feet plus your strength score. So you can jump for a standing long jump 10 feet plus your strength score.
Oh, 9. Okay, I got a 23 athletics. I'm going to roll a d10 to add to that jump distance, but I'll also take the damage for breaking my legs to do so. So I'm adding 9 feet to that jump. So actually Rowan's pretty close too. So Nathan jumps up and you hear almost like a tearing as he kind of bends down to make that jump. And then he leaps it. Putting him there. He's going to reach into the water where the one didn't come up and he kind of started to. Grab the back of their neck and pull their head above water and use my lay on hands to try to bring them back, but use it as a force almost to push the water out of their lungs in more of a let's get them back because it's only been a few seconds.
It's only been a few seconds.
So how would you like to do that?
What is the lay of hands?
Lay on hands, I just give HP.
How much?
And I give 4 right now. Oh, 5 actually, because I drank.
The individual you yank upwards and almost grasp under their chin, pulling their head up. The force of you grasping, and you feel the magic leave into them. Water spews out of them, and they cough and look at you. Their hands instantly, one grasps at the top of the cage bars and the other grasps at your wrist. And they just look at you desperately. In that moment, initiative aside, 3 of them are going to reach up, and you, Nina and Nathan, primarily, they are going to make attacks towards you. A 14 to hit at Nina.
Misses.
13 to hit at Nathan.
Nope.
And a 16 to hit at Nina.
I will use my dragon feature so that it doesn't, so
Okay.
my wings can pop out.
All 3 of these miss. And in the moment of that last hit, as they thrust a spear upwards, golden wings shimmer and the javelin bounces off of it. And you hear it not only dully hit against these wings, but then clang off the side of the cage. And you hear a series of gasps. Nathan, the one whose hand is gripped around your wrist. Achujella, please, please. I want to breathe. I want to breathe.
He just kind of pulls him over to the side in the water, kind of gets him grab on.
He grasps up and over and climbs up onto the cage. And a moment later, as he regains his whatever, can't think of the words, he reaches down and helps grasp one of the others. Parsoness, having looked and kind of brought Char towards him, looks over, watches what the two of you are doing. He kneels down towards the water and presses 2 fingers into it, and then throws his fingers forward, and a bridge of ice crests up and over towards the cage. And you briefly see the form of Parsoness in fiend form, ever so briefly. And you watch as the 4 that chose Yala crawl up and out. They look at the 2 of you before they, one by one, slide down the ice over to the side of the bank, where Chara greets them, pulls them down, helps them stand, hands out, almost like ecstatically, here you go, here, yep, here. You got to read it from left to right, and just continues to hand out. And then
Nathan kind of gestures to Nina after you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you standing right now?
Mm-hmm.
How are your legs doing?
He's standing.
Okay. She slides down.
Nathan will turn around, grab the top of the cage door, and slam it closed. Pull out his knife and put it through the slot where the lock was. And he turns around, pulls out Talon, and just and cuts the rope that's actually holding the cage above water and jumps onto the ice.
roll me a persuasion.
Oh, it's actually not bad. 17.
You pull out Talon and you go to slice at the rope. It is a thick cable rope. And as you slice at it, you get a brief flash of blue, blank, hurricane darkness, metal darkness, and a vision of rope parting. You have a moment. What would you like to do as you cut this rope?
He would definitely be jumping onto the path of ice.
Roll me
But he kind
an
of
acrobatics.
good. Yeah. Acrobatics. That is 13.
Excellent. You see this slice of the rope. You feel this breeze and almost like a coldness slashing through your hair, moving past you forward. And you almost hear like what sounds like a sigh cascaded by a 1,000 miles of desert breathe across. And you grip for the bridge and almost slide down it on your chest. And as you slide down to it, you feel Parsoness grasping at you and dragging you onto the land where Nina grabs you. The cage drops into the water. A splash of water. It finds buoyancy for a moment before it starts to sink. And you hear cries, and one voice cries out, "Oh, Hydra awaits me." A single hand pushing through the bars, reaching before it is dragged under.
He just kind of gets to his feet. And I'm going to use second wind to heal myself. And as he kind of stands up, kind of looks at Talon. What a weird day. And just tucks it back into his fat belt. Looks over at Nina, pulls out his water canteen. Here, take a drink.
I'm not thirsty. I'm okay.
Trust me.
Okay. I take a drink.
You regain 1 point of healing,
Cool.
but you gain the benefits of a long rest. You
Cool.
feel this water, and it is fulfilling, and you feel almost like a slight jittery at first, and you feel refreshed.
Oh, was that from the gargoyle fountain?
That it was.
Holy. Oh my god. That's. Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
What's with the knife?
I don't know, it felt weird. Speaking of nice, damn it. And he looks back over the water. Now I gotta buy another one.
I will offer you my dagger. I don't use it.
Parsoness just looks at you, reaches forward with 2 fingers and like taps them into your forehead. You're an idiot. And he reaches for Chara,
What's that?
starts to move towards the boat, feels a slight tug as Chara's like just standing there. Folds her arms and she's like, "Excuse me?" And he's immediately, you see Parsonus let go. Kind of moves to the side so his back's to you, Nathan, and just kind of moves up towards Chara and says something to her. And she kind of pushes her hair back. Okay. And she walks forward and actually pulls Parsonus back towards the boat.
The cultists that we rescued are just standing here on the shore, right?
Yes.
I offer them some rations in my regular water. She's serious that there'll be a new path if you go forward, but this hunt for power doesn't change your life. It makes it worse. Trust me. Now we need to get down to where Gar is. Can you tell me anything about what lies ahead?
One of them looks to you, Nina. The pamphlet gripped tightly in his hands and close to his chest. Plunging Torrents. A Hydra. Granted her power. You can command them. If you can't, and you see him kind of like break down for a moment, tears coming to his eyes. If you're weak like me, you'll drown like the others. His hands grip tightly at the pamphlet before he realizes what he's doing and he lets loose. Shakes his hands out, tries to dry them a bit.
Plunging Torrent, is that a person? Is that a thing?
It's this area.
Okay, it's the waterfalls, it's the current, it's everything.
No, it's fed by the node. The water plane.
Was that what that orb was?
No. There is a node open to the water plane here. It feeds into this cavern system. Gar, Mr. Shatterkeel, he's going to summon Hydra here, if he hasn't already. Through the node from the water plane.
Okay. And that's just down there, and I point to the waterfall where the strong current went.
He looks... I don't know. I don't know.
Do you all have a way of getting out of here?
No.
Okay, we'll be back then.
Okay. He unfurls the pamphlet, looking at it. Thank you. His eyes briefly tracks to the cage, where bubbles are just coming up.
We all do things out of desperation. It's the choices that follow that make us who we are. So choose better this time.
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay. 16.
You see as this individual looks at the pamphlet, looks at his 3 other cultists. Rolls the pamphlet up. Gives you a nod. I know it's south. I don't know the way there. I just know the node is south.
You've given us more than we had before. I kind of turn to the others. So I'm feeling a bit more well rested. Do we want to continue on boat, or would y'all rather fly? Tempo, you can cast fly, right?
I can get, what is it, 3rd level spell typically?
I think so.
So I think,
Because I can get myself and 3 others.
okay, I can get up to a total of 3 people. And I can get exactly 3 people. I cast at the same level anyway. So,
We'd be faster flying and we'd have a little bit control over where we were going, but we'd have to be quick about it. It doesn't last forever.
the thought of going down waterfalls in a boat isn't very appealing.
My thought exactly.
Well, I say we do it and move fast.
I'm gonna have to get off here. I'll just like fall asleep sitting here.
No problem. No problem. Okay, so
Do you at least want to make the decision whether Rowan would fly or give the boat to the folks? That way we'll just end it there. And then...
Yeah, I would fly. 'Cause
Okay.
With the waterfall thing, yeah, that's
Okay. Then yeah, we'll make them fly and let this cultist take the boat back.
okay. With that, Nathan, roll me a perception check.
That's a 19.
You hear, you feel your attention is pulled. And you remember. You don't know why. But your thoughts move. to a book.
He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the book.
You flip it open. And you see quick scrawls. I don't want to worry you. Nor do I think it's an emergency. But Corbett's saying something over and over, and everyone's gathering. And you just see written along the page, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And at the very bottom of the page, I'm scared. Before we end tonight's session, so I know what we're doing next session, what does Nathan do in the immediate?
He would immediately show it to everybody else.
Can we like have a night to sleep on it and we can post in chat what we'll do and make that decision that way? 'Cause
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And that is where we will end it tonight then. Not to leave it on another cliffhanger. However, it
How it's done.
is how the rolls have been going all fucking night. Thank you all. And
yeah, that was fantastic.
No, that was great.
Yeah, thank you.
are you all available the 5th of April?
Mm-hmm.
I am not.
Okay. Are you available the 29th of March?
Yes.
I am not.
Okay.
But you don't have to wait. I mean, you guys are all available. Yeah.
Okay. So you both are available for both of those. What about you, Ellie? The 29th of March or the 5th of April?
Or both.
Or
I think I should be good for. I think I should be good for both.
both?
Need
Okay.
to- Yeah.
Then we'll find out what Allie's available for, and we will go from there. Otherwise, excellent session.
Mm-hmm.
You guys finally made it into one of the areas of the nodes. And I am super stoked.
And we might immediately turn and leave. So.
Hey. I
I don't
used
think
to
that'll
hate
be my vote. I think I will be staying, or my vote will be staying.
I used to hate when DMs would do this because it sucked to try and do it, but at the same time, it adds like this sense of choice.
Yeah, your choice matters. It makes
Yes.
a difference. Yeah. No,
So,
absolutely.
yay! I'm so excited for you guys. Okay, so we'll see you sometime in the next 2 weeks. We'll find out what Allie's available for, and we'll go from there.
Perfect. Thanks,
Yay!
everybody. It was so good to see you all.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Have a good
Thanks,
night.
everybody.
Night.
Have a good night.
See ya.